I am Amelia Smith Reinhardt, and I'm the William J. Mayer Jr. Dean here at the WVU College of Law. And I'm here to welcome you for this wonderful conference, the Community Engagement for Just Energy Transitions. This is a group with very diverse backgrounds, many of whom have traveled very far to be here today. And we just kind of want to start off with thanking all of you with a round of applause for being here. Thank you. We are so glad to be able to host this group, which includes researchers, activists, practitioners, folks working in the policy world, and others. Your presence here today speaks volumes about the collective commitment to advancing justice in our energy systems. West Virginia is a state, almost heaven, as they say, deeply intertwined with the history of energy production, especially coal, of course. And here in Morgantown, we are always reminded of the profound impact that energy transitions can have on communities. Our region, like many of yours, has powered the nation, but it has also borne the burdens of environmental degradation and economic disparities. Today, we stand at a very pivotal moment and an opportunity to chart a new course towards a more just and sustainable future. Central to that journey will be the partnerships that we form, and we are thrilled to see this event taking place here. West Virginia and other Appalachian states have rich traditions of resilience and innovation. This is a wonderful opportunity for people invested in the region to share their expertise. And this innovative spirit means building community across regions and diverse perspectives. And so I also celebrate our efforts within this region to learn from those doing energy justice work elsewhere, whether it's in Montana, Puerto Rico, Boston, or beyond. Important conversations are going to take place here today and tomorrow. Themes will include environmental and energy justice, economic empowerment, community resilience, approaches to scholarly work, pragmatic tips, and more. And I hope that you leave this event with concrete tools that will help you advance your work. But we also want to encourage you to build your own community by leaving this event with new friends, connections, and colleagues. And we're very grateful for the support of the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation for making this event possible. I'd like to give them a round of applause. And I'd like to welcome Evan Michelson from the Sloan Foundation up to give his own remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Evan Michelson, Program Director at the Sloan Foundation. If you're not familiar with the Sloan Foundation, we're a philanthropy based in New York, founded in 1934 by Alfred P. Sloan Jr., who was the president and CEO of General Motors, so he has an energy connection. And over the past 90 years or so, our foundation has been devoted to supporting academic research in science, technology, economics, and social sciences across a wide variety of topics. About 10 years or so ago, I was brought on to formalize our energy environment program grant making. We just celebrated our 10th year of kind of being a formal active grant making program at the foundation. And the focus of the program is to support research, training, and other activities to inform the transition to low carbon energy systems in the United States. So our program covers a wide variety of topic areas, everything from energy technology innovation, energy policy analysis, transportation, mobility, industrial decarbonization, and the resilience of energy systems. But the favorite part of our program is the work that we do in energy equity. And the folks that are here today really are a testament to that work that's being done across our grantees. We have a number of grants that look at energy equity and energy justice transitions across a wide variety of regions, using a wide variety of methodologies, and involving faculty from many different disciplines and in partnership with community organizations. But the thing that I'm actually most proud of, I think, is that for much of the other work that we do on all those other topics that I mentioned, basically every single grant that we have has a consideration of equity in the research process, whether you're doing energy system modeling, whether you're doing technical analysis, whether you're doing work that perhaps on the surface doesn't seem like it has an equity dimension. We require and encourage and expect our grantees to think about the equity and just transition elements of their research across every aspect of the scholarship that we do. And the The challenge, I think, is that not only do we need more of this research, but we need more philanthropic support of scholarship like this. So one of the things that I do on a regular basis is talk with my counterparts at other foundations to really encourage them to support more scholarship in this vein. I'm hopeful that the tide is beginning to turn and we're seeing a little bit more philanthropic investment in energy equity scholarship now and going forward. Gatherings like this are some of my most favorite activities that I get to do with the Sloan Foundation because I get to learn from all of you, right? This is the first time I've had a chance to meet many of you in person. We've talked by phone. I've read your writing. You've responded to our email request. You send us interim reports. But what's really interesting is hearing about the work that you're doing from you all and seeing how that research is evolving. So I'm excited to be in the audience and learning from all of you as much as anything else. And I'm really pleased that we have, obviously, representatives from the scholarly community and the community partners in which you're all working with, because I think it's that kind of community-engaged research that's quite critical. I also want to add my thanks to Ann Eisenberg and Marion T. Meyer and the team here at West Virginia for organizing this. This is no small feat, and it's been a wonderful gathering. And I'm especially excited to hear from our keynote speaker, Kate Gordon, who really does not need an introduction. She's currently the CEO of California Forward, which is a statewide organization dedicated to a more resilient, sustainable, and inclusive economy across every region of the state of California. But as many of you know, she was most recently serving as a senior advisor to the U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm in the Biden-Harris administration, and she was instrumental, especially for this group, in creating the Community Benefits Plan framework for DOE funding under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. So I'm excited to hear from Kate. I'm excited to meet all of you over the course of the day, and I look forward to a really stimulating discussion. So thanks so much.
Everybody, thanks so much, Evan, and thanks, Annie and Marion, for putting together a great conference. I was saying I have also run many conferences, and I was very impressed with the level of communication and detail and logistics. So it's not easy to do that. So thank you again for that. It's great to see everybody. I too am really excited that I get to be here, and also that I'm staying and will be learning as well. People often, I'll be talking a little bit sort of about the context for the conversation we're having about energy transition, a little bit about how we at DOE tried to really go from up here to down at the project level to think about how to make these projects as beneficial as possible in the communities where they're sited. But I'm now, just as of last Monday, I took on this new role at this nonprofit, and California often people don't think of as an energy transition state, but we have a significant oil and gas sector, as you probably know, and it's very significant in the state. So California uses 100% of what we produce in the state in terms of oil, and it's 40% of our consumption. So it's a pretty big deal. We are the one place, I think, in the world that has policy that is actually moving that sector toward a transition very aggressively. So I think it's a incredibly interesting sort of how do lessons from other transitions apply, and what can I learn from all of you is a big goal of mine today. But first, want to just start about kind of where we are in the broader context. I mean, we have really seen the last couple of decades a profound shift and set of shocks to the economy that I think have really created some of the political will that's led to what the Biden-Harris administration's been able to do and what many of us are starting to see around the country and the world. I mean, from a set of geopolitical shocks, I don't think, I put up the LNG terminal map. When I first started this work at what was then called the Apollo Alliance back 20 years ago now, we were importing 100% of our natural gas. We all remember that. And the conversation about clean energy was a domestic energy production conversation. That's changed dramatically, right? So there's the supply chain reality of gas and the impact on coal, but also, frankly, just a real recognition from COVID that during COVID that we had become unbelievably dependent on China in our supply chains. And of course, Europe's recognition of becoming unbelievably dependent on Russia. Those two things as economic shocks, I think, really profoundly have affected policy in this country and Europe, and pushed us much faster toward the transition conversation. Similarly, economic shocks, obviously, the Great Recession, and then, of course, COVID, just what does it look like when your economy has a shock that breaks down your supply chains and you realize that you don't have supply chains anymore. That has been a real profound issue, I think, in a lot of the country. And meanwhile, over and over and increasing every day, these shocks from the climate system are the supply chains, our communities, just having these, being hammered by these climate impacts. And leading to just, I think, a real recognition of a need to do things differently, that the system we were living under has not been resilient. I think many of us know that already in this room, but it's become a little bit more known, I think, at a higher level. So what has that led to? You know, I would really argue a number of things that have moved us toward this idea of a transition, this idea that we need to build a more sustainable and resilient and inclusive economy, that the current economy is not working for most people, and that also increasingly isn't working for for our supply chains, for our trade policies, for our geopolitics, for our energy security, all of those things moving toward, you know, a real recognition of the need to do things differently. That's been a 20-year march, really. I mean, there's been, many of us in this room have been working on this for a long time. Really does finally come to rest in federal policy with the last couple of years of the administration. I would argue that none of what's happened with this administration probably could have happened in the way it did, and particularly bipartisan, without COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war, underscoring the fragility. But we've gotten kind of this point where, you know, the Invest in America or Build Back Better agenda is sort of the culmination of many of those 20 years of efforts. Energy transition's right in the middle of everything I just talked about. Energy, you all know this, but it's both the basis of the economy. It's like why we can have an economy, because of the ability to have reliable and affordable and available energy. It's also increasingly projects that are energy projects are the anchor economic projects in communities. So it's both a foundational infrastructure and it's a set of anchor projects. And I think that's super interesting to think about in terms of what does that transition look like in places. So I talk about this. I teach, as many of you do, a class on some of this stuff, and I always put this up because, you know, you Google the phrase like, what is a clean energy economy? And these are literally from that Google search. There's like the rolling hills and a few wind turbines and like a house, you know, here or there. The city, you'll notice in the top one, is like way off in the background. But the reality of what it means to actually transition in an industrial economy that has been built on fossil fuels to one that is not looks more like this in a lot of places. These are the technologies that are sort of behind the curtain when we say clean energy future. So you go back to this and you're like, look at those great wind turbines, but 80% of that is steel. Where's that being made, right? How is it being brought to this lovely rolling hills place? What are people driving to get to these little houses? How are those manufactured? This is the critical mineral mining and the high voltage transmission and the manufacturing of all those systems, and the carbon removal that's increasingly clear we're going to need in order to meet our climate goals and our equity goals. So this, to me, is sort of like we have to get to a place where we can talk about the fact that the clean energy economy is an industrial economy, and to do that in a way where an industrial economy doesn't, by definition, mean inequitable, right? How do we think about an equitable approach to an industrial economy that is more resilient, where we do have supply chains here that are less vulnerable, where we are creating middle skill jobs and high quality jobs in communities? That is a path that I think all of us need to start being on, because this is an economy where most of these things are offshored, and where many people do not have middle skill job opportunities or career pathways. This is an economy where many of these things, if not done well, are continuing the history of pollution and redlining in disadvantaged communities. So how do we get to a place where we can do this combination of these things well in a way that works for communities? Just a couple more things on that. Why do we need to do that? Why can't we just keep offshoring everything? Well, A, because of the kinds of shocks we saw, again, during COVID, the kinds of shocks Europe just went through with Russia, but also because our underlying kind of resources and materials for this new economy are primarily being imported, and many of them from places with whom we have complex geopolitical relationships. It's not a sustainable situation from a security perspective. We are really in a different place with geopolitics than we were 20 years ago. These relationships are frayed and fraying, and I think there's a strong need from the defense community to move these supply chains. But then as well, as you and I and all of us are thinking about energy transition, there's also the whole conversation about what do we transition to and how do we think about our current industrial economy and its role in the new energy economy, and mining is a piece of that conversation. The other reason we need to think about it, and this is particularly a California thing, but I think it's true everywhere. This is a graph that you see anytime you hear anybody from California talk about California's leadership on climate. You'll see this graph. This is the graph of our decoupling from energy emissions from our state gross state product. And so it looks great, right? Like this is the beginning of that line is 2006 when we passed the cap and trade bill and the renewable energy standard. It didn't, though, help with inequality. So at the same time, you see the lines of inequality separating, same exact time period. And that's a stark reminder, I think, of the fact that emissions cannot be our only metric in the climate space, that you can't just think about a success story because emissions have gone down. The success story also has to be that jobs have gone up, that inequality has gone down, that we've given more wealth creation in communities, that there's been more opportunities to be part of this economy. This to me, and I've dug into these numbers a little bit, this set of graphs actually underscores something that's happened in California over this same period of time, which is the offshoring of a significant amount of manufacturing, which is great from an emissions perspective for the state, right? We have this fallacy in our heads that carbon emissions are localized, which of course they're not. But the way that the geopolitics of climate work is that you talk about carbon emissions as if they're localized. We're like, you state reduce your emissions by X, but you didn't reduce your emissions by Y. The reality is that offshoring this manufacturing did not actually reduce global carbon emissions. It did reduce them in California, but it also took away a significant set of middle-skilled jobs and left California with a knowledge economy, which was, of course, the talking point of the 80s, where we have, very high-skill tech jobs, lots of retail and services, and low-wage assembly, and then very little in the middle. So I think it's a good cautionary tale of how to think about doing things differently, and maybe moving to a little bit of a new narrative about how to do climate action. So what do we need to do? I think we all know this, but I'll just talk for a minute about kind of how the federal government has approached it, because I was brought in as senior advisor to Secretary Granholm literally to do place-based economic development. So she was like, she and I have known each other a long time, and she said, can you come in and help us take a place-based approach to DOE? Complicated because DOE, the history of DOE is really on the left here. This is a nuclear schematic, and then of course underneath it is a carbon map. But if you saw Oppenheimer, right, like that's the history of the Department of Energy. It's the two jars with the marbles in them, and like creation of deep basic research and science, the 17 national labs, a massive amount of sort of early stage research. Until the infrastructure bill, DOE did not do a significant amount of deployment at all, actually. So really big shift for the department, and underscored the need to really move to a new kind of approach to how to do these policies. I would argue we should have moved to that anyway, because as Evan was saying, the research itself needs to be place-based and people-based, but now in a place where really the projects are taking up most of the Department of Energy's budget. I'm not going to talk about place-based because you all know what it is, but basically, we agree on place. Places are all different. Community members and stakeholders need to be engaged, and you have to keep changing your strategy because places change. So the Biden-Harris administration kind of took a place-based approach from the beginning. I think coming in with that 20 years of history, a lot of the people who had worked on the Green New Deal, on the Apollo Alliance, were coming into the administration. And sort of saying, look, we've been working for years about how projects affect places. So you see actually in the first executive order on climate that President Biden signed, the first executive order, that first week of his administration, actually created both the Justice 40 program, arguing that 40% of the benefits from clean energy and climate policies and other selected policies should accrue to disadvantaged communities. You also saw the creation of the Interagency Working Group on Coal and Power Plant Communities, which was a recognition of the energy community, priority communities. I got to staff that Interagency Working Group for the Secretary, which is how I know, I think, many of you. But just laying out in that first climate order that this is a community-based set of solutions, I think was a real step forward. This is a chart from our second report to the president from the Interagency Working Group, really just laying out a kind of a little bit of a, how do you then get there, right? You can have a grand idea about an energy transition. You can have an idea about priority communities. How do you actually start working with those communities to get to a place of more resilient economy? You all know this, but really planning, you need to invest in, as a public sector, in many things. Planning for the future. How do you actually help communities plan for what they need to do? This is asset mapping. This is like, coming in and understanding the workforce, understanding the cultural underpinnings of a community, thinking about the historic inequities and how they affect current planning. Laying the groundwork, remediation and reclamation, I think you all know these are critical, but undervalued in the economic development space. But for this space, really important. How do you get to a place where your land is actually ready to be turned into something else? Your mine is reclaimed. You have remediated. You are thinking about your next step. And then investing in those new supply chains. Underpinning all of that is the foundational infrastructure. So the cool thing about the last couple of years, 3 years, is that the bills that were passed do all these things. So my boss, my former boss, Secretary Granholm, used to always talk about these bills as part of a body. I threw in a California one too, because when I was in California before I came to the federal government, we passed something that became the precursor to the Build Back Better regional grant program, which was the Community Economic Resilience Fund, giving those planning dollars to every region of the state, providing dollars for planning and implementation for energy transition and economic transition for every region. But then you have the economic rescue plan, the American Rescue Plan, also with 10x the amount of economic development dollars to EDA from its prior. EDA went from a $300 million organization to a $3 billion organization. Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS and Science, and the Infrastructure Jobs Act, all of which I would argue are critically important in this conversation. So you have Community Economic Resilience Fund in California and Build Back Better, which are really the planning dollars. And the heart, my boss would have said the heart. You have bipartisan infrastructure law, the backbone, the foundational infrastructure that allows you, as I said, like energy is both foundational infrastructure and its anchor projects. So that's really the backbone. Most of that is energy related in one way or another, whether it's in transportation. The water work is very energy related. The resilience we work, obviously, remediation, energy and power, all foundational infrastructure for an energy transition. Chips and science, of course, the semiconductor industry, this recognition, again, of our geopolitical and economic situation and the need to bring supply chains back, semiconductors being one of the core supply chains for everything that we're trying to build out in this new economy. Batteries is another one covered in the infrastructure bill. And then, of course, IRA, the lungs, breathing that private sector life into all of the things that we just talked about. So hard to summarize the Inflation Reduction Act. I like this slide because it's probably the simplest, but it's not very simple. So just say a couple more things about this. So all of that is incredibly important backdrop, right? Like this set of investments, 3 of those bills bipartisan, to say we need a new kind of economy. We need to be more energy secure and geopolitically secure. We need to be less subject to these huge shocks. We need to build out our economy differently. We need to meet our climate goals and become more sustainable. But what does that actually mean on the ground, right? I mean, this is all up here. This is like the critical building blocks to make that happen, the framework to make that happen, but then how do you translate that to the ground? We at Department of Energy, the secretary, after the infrastructure bill passed, and again, I just have to underscore the big deal that was. So the infrastructure bill provided $62 billion to the Department of Energy, 73 new programs, 73 programs, 60 of them new. That our Department of Energy's annual budget was $45 billion before that came in. So that was just you can't even imagine what a big deal this was. 19,000 person organization. How do you kind of refocus? toward that investment. And so what we did was we created, you probably know, a whole new Office of Infrastructure. We created this Office of Clean Energy Deployment. We did all these, like we focused a huge chunk of the organization toward deployment. And so all of a sudden, people at an organization whose entire background had been basic research and science with a tiny bit of deployment over in the Loan Program Office and some other places were like, and EERE a little bit, the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Program. All of a sudden, they're like, we are now in charge of giant projects in places. Think about the TerraPower plant in Kemmerer, Wyoming, right? One of the first investments from that bill. That's a plant. Some of you are from the Intermountain West and know this. That's a plant going into a town of, I think, 2,300 people. That is a small modular nuclear plant that's going to employ over 1,000 construction workers in that town. Like that scale, the hydrogen hubs, the direct air capture hubs, the battery manufacturing sector, which did not exist before the infrastructure bill in the United States. All of a sudden, we're like, how do we ensure that these are actually going to work in the places that they're located? And DOE did not have any background in that. Like, basically, everybody was an engineer and scientist. So it required a sea change of rethinking on who came into the agency. We hired 1,000 people in a very short period of time to implement this bill. Changed our whole reviewer structure. I mean, a huge amount of change. Happy to talk about it. I will be here all day and tomorrow. But it also required us to actually think about how do we functionally and tactically embed a place-based approach into these projects. So just again, before I talk about the community benefits structure for a second, we were in a position where Congress had said to DOE, we're giving you money, essentially we're giving you money to pass through the private sector. So that was the role of Department of Energy. It was not the role that EPA has with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is much more community-driven. They've got a lot of technical assistance dollars. They have a lot of community engagement dollars. They have the ability to pick places. We were told, here's a bunch of money. You have to do technically accurate projects in a bunch of places and give the money to the private sector. Given that context and those that framework, we had to figure out an approach to this. And so what we ended up doing was creating a structure called the Community Benefits Plan, which is now embedded in the procurement process. It's up to 20%, and for the most part, 20% of every grant application now requires that the private company tell us how they're going to ensure community benefits. This was a fascinating process that, again, I could talk about for hours of how we negotiated this within the Department of Energy across the Office of Energy Jobs, the what's now called the Energy Justice and Equity Program, EJE, and the procurement offices and our lawyers. But ultimately, what we decided was that we couldn't have this be a bunch of separate goals, like a big laundry list of goals. We needed an intersectional approach that said communities benefit. There needs to be real, measurable community benefits from these applications, and they need to ensure that in communities we are creating wealth, we are creating benefit, we are mitigating harm, and we are putting special focus on those communities that have been left out in the past. And so what this does is take those 4 sections: meaningful engagement, high quality, high road jobs, job creation pathways to those jobs, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, not only in the jobs, but also in the contractors, in the project as a whole, and then, of course, benefits to disadvantaged communities as defined by Justice 40, all coming together into that 20% of the procurement. And just a couple more words on this, and then I'll end. But community benefits plans is not the same as community benefits agreements. It's an umbrella term that we created to apply to a combination of things. Our lawyers told us we could not require community benefit agreements. So for those who are like, why didn't they just say everyone has to do a community benefit agreement or a good neighbor agreement or PLA or project labor agreement? We weren't allowed to. We weren't allowed to use money from Congress to say, here, company, you enter into a private contract with other people. So our lawyers stopped us from doing that. But what they did say we could do was say that negotiated enforceable agreements are a gold standard. So if you have one of them, you basically are getting the 20 points, right? So if you go all the way over to a real negotiated enforceable agreement, separately enforceable with the community, with the workforce, with the tribal government, then you get all the points. If you don't go all the way, you can have a set of voluntary commitments that get you pretty far, but they have to be measurable by budget period, they have to be very specific, and all of these specific agreements that are in the application, whether they're voluntary or negotiated, go into the contract with the Department of Energy. So this is all contract language. And I'll just say about this, I think there's a lot to say about it. It's, not perfect, interesting what it's leading to. I'm now on the other side of it. The organization I work for now is like now working with all these people doing these agreements. And so I'm getting to see the other side. I'm on the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board still, and we just created a tribal and community benefit work group within that advisory board to be a feedback loop back to the Secretary on how this is working. So please talk to me about how it's working. But I think what's important about it is that this is the work we're all doing in this room, is how do you get from this big picture, the UN negotiates that we need an equitable transition, down to what does it mean on the ground? What does it mean to transition from an industrial standpoint? What does it mean to transition from a community and worker standpoint and tribal standpoint? How do we actually bring it down into tactical operational approaches? And so I guess I'll leave with that. And just to say that this approach does have a lot of critics. You probably have heard the Ezra Klein Everything Bagel podcast or read his article. There's a set of people in the climate movement in particular who say, we can't get to speed and scale if we're larding up these contracts with all of this stuff. Like, we shouldn't have to solve inequality, education, workforce, and historic racism through our energy transition. We should do an energy transition really fast because we have to meet our climate goals and the world is falling apart. He would argue that this slows us down. The Secretary would argue, and I would argue, you can have an everything bagel or you can have no bagel, right? I would argue that without taking this kind of approach, the projects don't happen. We don't get siting, we don't get permitting, or they happen badly and they don't work, and that undermines the agenda of transition. Or they happen and they happen with no benefits to the people who are in those communities or to that workforce or to the tribal government that's hosting the project. That undermines your political will, that undermines the project. Project viability requires a place-based approach if we're going to do the energy transition right. That is my argument. I'm sticking to it. And it's so great to get to talk to all of you guys. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you so much to Kate Gordon for giving us that powerful keynote presentation. We are going to transition right into our first panel. So if the speakers on panel 1 could come on up, we will get rolling with that.
Test. Test.
Shora, Balaja Eugene Machlishuk, Bazamlachia, Be Urishik, Delan Kobi Hukag Chabagarik. Good morning, everyone. My Apsaalooke name is Eugene Machlish, which means fortunate with horses. My English name is JoRee, and I come from the Apsaalooke Nation in Montana, also known as the Crowe Reservation. We're located in southeastern Montana, so right in the heart of Powder River Basin, cold country. I'm happy to be here today. Wanted to also acknowledge that West Virginia University is on the lands of the Shawnee, Lenape, Cherokee, and Haudenosaunee people. I come from the Apsaalooke Nation and am very fortunate to be able to do research at home I'm an environmental science PhD student at the University of Arizona. However, I moved back to the reservation to finish out my PhD from there, along with working with the Apsaalooke Energy Justice Project, which is my connection to this conference here, and to MSU Bozeman and to the Sloan Foundation. But enough about me. I'm very happy to be here today to join my incredible panelists. We're here to speak about community perspectives on community engagement, to learn more about the perspectives and the reactions in our communities that are affected by this energy transition. So I have three panelists here. I'll go ahead and quickly run through their introduction, and then we'll go down the line and allow them to do their own intros, and we'll get into some questions and then open it up for more Q&A. So first off, we have Autumn Crowe, who is the Interim Executive Director of West Virginia Rivers. Autumn grew up swimming and fishing in the waters of the Greenbrier River, where she gained her love for nature and desire to protect the environment. She obtained a BS in Environmental Protection and a MS in Soil Science from West Virginia University. After graduating, Autumn left West Virginia and worked with tribes in Alaska and Nevada, assisting in their environmental programs. In 2015, Autumn returned home and started working for West Virginia Rivers Coalition, where she combines her environmental background and experience with her love of West Virginia to protect the state's valuable rivers and headwater streams. Second, we have Devin MacGoy. MacGoy is the Energy Democracy Community Organizer at GreenRoots. GreenRoots is a community-based environmental justice advocacy organization in Chelsea and East Boston, Massachusetts. Devin works to build community knowledge of the energy system, reduce the heavy energy cost burden that residents face, and promote community ownership of clean energy assets. His mission is to help residents use the clean energy transition as an opportunity to address long-standing environmental, health, and economic inequities. His current work focuses on rate reform, municipal aggregation of electricity supply, the Chelsea microgrid, and third-party electric suppliers. A fun fact about Devin is that he taught English in Slovakia for a year before becoming a community organizer. And finally, we have Arturo Massol. He is from the mountainous area of Puerto Rico and the municipality of Adjuntas, where his parents founded the community-based organization Casa Pueblo. Massol grew up in this project and chairs its board of directors since 2007. The community-based project was responsible for protecting the central region and its critical watersheds from an open pit mining proposal, and later from a massive gas pipeline. Instead, new forest units Al Bosque del Pueblo and Bosque La Olimpia were designated and have been ever since managed by the Community Initiative. A graduate of the public school system and the University of Puerto Rico, he obtained his doctoral degree in microbial ecology from Michigan State University in 1994, and he has an honorary degree in humane letters from Northern Arizona University in 2023. Massol is a faculty member at the University of Puerto Rico since 1994. After the impact of Hurricane Maria on September 20th, 2017, Dr. Massol, together with Casa Pueblo, has led a community aid response that aims to change the energy landscape of a country dependent on fossil fuels to one that is based in renewable energy sources. So, that was very long-winded. Thank you for your patience. We'll get right into the panel, and I would like to pass it on over to Autumn to start us off.
Oh, well, thank you for having me here today. So I've worked for West Virginia Rivers Coalition for almost 9 years now, but my background is in environmental science, so I've had no formal training in community organizing. So I've had a lot of learning on the job experience. And the experience that I had working with tribes in Nevada and Alaska really helped in working with the Appalachian communities. So I'm going to share with you today a few of the lessons that I've learned along the way. number one is to always allow time to build trust with the communities that you're working with. Before starting a project, you really need to build in that time to build relationships. And try to do it on the front end as much as possible. So in the Just Transition work that we're doing that's funded by the Sloan Foundation in partnership with Northeastern University, we selected communities where we already had established relationships. And we started there in those communities to learn from them and to bring them into the work that we were doing around Just Transition in the Photo Voice project. And we have 3 sites in West Virginia. And so we selected those sites based on the already established relationships that we had. And the 3rd site, we're still working on building those relationships. So we're working with the communities in Talcott, West Virginia, studying the Mountain Valley Pipeline. We're working with the community of Montgomery and the Morris Creek Watershed Association, studying the transition of coal for that community. And then we're also working in the Adams Fork region on the ammonia project, which was part of the hydrogen hub, which may not now be part of the hydrogen hub, but it's a long story. So we really wanted to make sure that we were working in communities where we already had relationships established, and then where we had time to establish relationships before we started working in those communities. So the second lesson learned is, like, you don't want to go into the community with an agenda already established. You want to come in with an open mind, and you must first get to know the community that you're working with to see if they're a good fit for the project. Because the priorities might be different in that community depending on what the project is. So for example, we have a Safe Water for West Virginia program where we were working with communities and water utilities after the 2014 water crisis to help educate around source water protection initiatives. And we went into a community with what we thought was a good project, and it turns out that they had different priorities. They were more concerned about the disinfection byproducts in their water than they were about source water protection. So our priorities didn't align. So we decided to go to a different community where there was more alignment in priorities. The third big lesson learned is don't lead off with an ask of the community. Listen to their needs first, and make sure that your priorities are in alignment with their priorities. And this is where I learned the term transformational relationship versus transactional relationships. So, transactional relationships where it's like you come in and you want something from that community. And that doesn't really get you very far, because that feels very, it's not effective. And it feels very extractive to the community when you're just coming in saying, we want this from you. And so transformational relationships is where you're building something together, you're giving and receiving. And so if you're hosting a community meeting, then you compensate the community members for their time. If the community has a priority that is a little bit different, then maybe you help them with their priority. Maybe they want to do a cleanup along their stream before they do another project. And so you would help them with their priorities before asking them to help you. And then another lesson learned is that you really need to meet people where they're at, and bring them along. Every community is going to be different, and the messaging that works in one community is not going to be the same that works in another community. So you really need to understand what the priorities of that community are, what their lived experience is, and adapt your goals and your message accordingly. So you want to make sure that you're meeting people where they're at and then bringing them along. And then the other is that you want to make sure the community has a way to use their local knowledge and lived experience to influence and shape the project. So let the community decide on the messaging and the outcomes of the project. Instead of going into a community and saying, well, this is the project that we want to put in your community and we want you to be on board with it. Maybe the community has a different vision for their community and that project might not fit. And then you can use their local knowledge and their lived experience to help shape the project that the community would like to see. And then the third thing that we have learned is that when you're going into a new community, you really want to provide the community with an opportunity to envision the ideal future for that community. And what we found when we were doing Ohio River listening sessions on the Ohio River Restoration Plan, nobody had ever asked these communities, what do you want to see in your community? What is an ideal future for your community? And they were like, wow, nobody's ever asked us. Like, we've never really had the opportunity to think of that. Maybe they don't want an industrialized community. Maybe they want to see more a recreation-based economy. Maybe they want to have more riverfront parks instead of big factories and facilities along the river. And so it's really important to involve the community at the forefront with any project and make sure that the project that you're proposing in that community is in alignment with what the community wants to see as the vision of their future. So thank you.
Whoop. Oh, sorry about that. Awesome. Thank you so much, Autumn. Without further ado, we'll go right into Devin.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for organizing this panel, and a special thank you to Dr. Laura Kuhl, who invited me from Northeastern. We've been working together on a project that I'll talk about in a second. So my name is Devin MacGoy. I'm the Energy Democracy Community Organizer at GreenRoots, which is a small community-based organization working for environmental justice priorities in Chelsea and East Boston, Massachusetts. I imagine everyone in this room is familiar with the term energy democracy, but just to be sure, I'm just going to talk about what that means for our organization real quick. For us, energy democracy is the idea that low-income communities of color are able to shape and take ownership of the clean energy transition with the goal of building three things: health, wealth, and resilience in those neighborhoods that have had those things extracted from them for much of their history. And so we see the clean energy transition as an opportunity to address a lot of these long-standing health and socioeconomic inequities that have been facing these communities for so long. So when we talk about the everything bagel that Kate was talking about before, that really resonated with us. We fully are on board with that, as the clean energy transition is this massive opportunity to address so many problems that these communities have been facing. So just to paint a picture real quick of where we work in Chelsea and East Boston, community-based organization. These are two highly industrial neighborhoods, or well, Chelsea's a small city, East Boston is a neighborhood of Boston. They're surrounded by an incredible array of industrial infrastructure. We have the airport taking up 2/3 of East Boston's territory and slowly poisoning the population of that neighborhood as it continues to expand. We have what is going to be retired tomorrow, I believe, a liquefied natural gas terminal and a peaker plant on the western side of Chelsea. In the middle are massive salt piles, providing most of the road salt to the entire New England region. And we're also host to the New England Produce Center, which has thousands of trucks come in and out every week, serving most of New England, I think the Mid-Atlantic and Eastern Canada. We also store all of the jet fuel and most of the heating fuel for New England on the banks of the Chelsea Creek. So it's a long laundry list of an incredible amount of industrial burden for these two neighborhoods. And as a result, or it's a chicken and egg kind of situation, the population is low-income individuals, and vast majority are immigrants from Latin America. Approximately 80% of the neighborhoods are Spanish-speaking and recent arrivals as well. And so these are two small cities, or two small areas, about 45,000, 50,000 people, potentially more, who are not captured by the US Census because of undocumented status. So hopefully that paints a little picture of what we're working with. To talk briefly about the start of our energy democracy work, or what we do as an organization, we work in a vast array of areas from public health to public transit to general climate justice, waterfront access, building new parks, community engagement, all that stuff. Energy democracy has been a fairly new priority of ours, and it came through community members expressing concerns about two things that started about a decade ago. I've been at GreenRoots for a little over a year. And those were a diesel power plant that was being proposed to be built inside of Chelsea in this extremely dense neighborhood with so much industrial burden in front of our elementary school complex. And it was being proposed by a developer of Cape Wind, which was going to be one of the first offshore wind projects in Massachusetts. So a little bit of irony there. And the second is a substation project that is being constructed in East Boston, and we've done a pretty good job of keeping in the news since then. Community members started to fight against this proposal from Eversource, our electric utility, ever since the beginning when they started to hold public meetings without Spanish language interpretation. After community demands, they started to offer Spanish language interpretation solely for the benefit of the program officers or the engineers and designers coming from Eversource, in which Spanish-speaking individuals from the community would have their comments interpreted from Spanish to English for the benefit of the people sitting in the front, but the comments and discussion happening and the presentation happening from the representatives of the utility were not translated back. And so that's been the basis of our legal challenge to this substation for the past, I think, 5 or 6 years. We took it all the way to the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts twice, and we're waiting a result on that later this fall. And so those are kind of how we've started our energy work, stopping the bad, but we're now trying to figure out what it means to build the good in these two communities and make sure that they get to take advantage of this opportunity in the clean energy transition. And those have started with building a microgrid in Chelsea and by hiring me as an energy democracy community organizer, a community organizer who's focused on engaging people on energy issues, doing education, and trying to figure out how we can work together on community priorities. To talk briefly about that microgrid, which we'll hear a lot more, I imagine, from Arturo in a second, about is the idea is to build local resilience in this neighborhood as we anticipate major climate shocks to the energy system in the near future. Community members came to us a few years ago, many from Central America and from Puerto Rico, saying how important energy resilience is to them because they've seen what issues go down in their home countries. And so we're working to build a microgrid first to cover the emergency services in the city, starting with the police department, the city hall, and the 911 services. We're going to have a solar array on top of the Department of Public Works facility and some battery storage in those other two sites. And unfortunately, because of significant interconnection issues with the utilities, who are no friends of ours, as you can imagine, that project has been significantly delayed, and it's going to be more of a virtual microgrid in which we have off-site solar generation and then some battery storage that we can sell back into the grid when we don't need the extra resilience for the government buildings. And so, unfortunately, we have not been able to connect the solar panels to the batteries because of the utility rights of way that we just cannot get around. The utilities in New England are extremely difficult to work with, and we can talk about that more if it becomes appropriate later. And so I want to share just a couple experiences that we've had that kind of show a few lessons learned and good and bad experiences with how to engage with researchers, industry people, and government officials, besides those two older experiences I just mentioned. The reason I'm here is because we are doing a photo voice, or we're doing a photo voice project with Professor Laura Kuhl from Northeastern University on the clean energy transition. We are the local community partner in Greater Boston, and she's also doing that project here in West Virginia with Autumn and in Puerto Rico. And this project has been the ideal version of what a relationship with university researchers should be. Professor Kuhl and her team and the Sloan Foundation, by extension, have given us as a community organization an amazing amount of flexibility. And that's really what we need when working with a highly economically stressed population, working on educating people on energy issues almost from the ground up. What we need is flexibility and being able to have a significant amount of time, resources to pay people for their participation, and just rolling with the chaos, of scheduling things. That has been an amazing experience. And as I think Autumn was saying at the beginning, it's been non-extractive because it has helped us build out our energy democracy work. We've used this photo voice project, which I should explain maybe in case people don't know, taking photos of how people see energy issues and the energy transition in their neighborhood, and then talking about what those photos represent and what they mean in the greater system of things. We've used that as an organizing tool, as a community-based organization, to develop relationships, to bring people in the door that we didn't know before. It's helped me develop this incredible base of community activists who are really willing to engage with us on other opportunities. Like the second thing, which is advocacy at the Department of Public Utilities. And that is something that has gone well and poorly in terms of a community organization working with a government agency. As was mentioned in my introduction, one of our main pieces of work is on what's called municipal aggregation, which is allowing, when the state allows a municipality to negotiate an electric contract with a third-party electric supplier, and thereby stabilizing and hopefully lowering electric rates just for that municipality. We fought for that program for 3 years, and culminating in a standout at the Department of Public Utilities, where we presented a petition with hundreds of signatures. Community members came with us and spoke with one of our commissioners of the department and said how important this would be for Chelsea. And a lot of those people were folks who were engaged in our Photo Voice project. And so it's engaging with the Department of Public Utilities is inherently frustrating and extremely difficult. But having a base of community members who are excited to go down to their office and yell at them has been honestly the greatest joy of my community organizing experience. And so I'd like to close with just sharing a few lessons for the researchers, for the activists in the room, just based on my experience. And I should preface this by saying I've only been doing this for a year and a half, just being there in the trenches with folks, getting to know them and their concerns. I'm really excited to learn from other people here. And I think that's really what's the best part of this conference, where we can all just talk about this and learn from each other. But in case it's useful, when engaging with communities on the clean energy transition, a significant amount of education needs to be done. People are experts in their lived experiences, in their own lives. People know how to talk about high energy costs. They know how to talk about poor energy infrastructure in their communities. But when we talk about a bigger system and how all of this fits together, how a clean energy transition can benefit people, that's where we need to do a little bit more legwork. That's where we need to show people that they are powerful, that they have a voice, that they have opportunities to engage with the system. And so work like this that allows a community organizer like me to engage with people is huge. Second, we need to demand that government and industry show up in communities. We need to make sure that we are not just checking the boxes for them by making sure that they do their community engagement, that they're fulfilling some requirement of their community benefits agreement. We need to make sure that they are showing up and listening and providing a meaningful opportunity for communities to shape the work that they're doing. And that involves a lot of things. It involves flexibility, like I was saying at the beginning. It involves telling government officials and industry representatives that this is going to be slow and that this needs personal outreach. One of the things that I've learned in working with a highly economically stressed population that has a significant trauma background based on their migration experiences, domestic violence that they've experienced when arriving in this country, and then just street violence that they've seen in these highly stressed neighborhoods, is that we need to individually invite people to come to things. We need to show them that this is how you can engage with this, and this is what you have to offer, and this is what we would love to hear you speak about. And that takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of flexibility, and it takes a lot of personal outreach. Third is developing meaningful partnerships with community organizations. As a community-based organization, one of the few that's working on energy issues, I'm the only energy democracy organizer in the greater Boston area. We cannot just be giving out interviews all the time for academic researchers. I know as much as I would love to talk to everyone and spread the word and say, this is all the stuff that we've learned and this is how we can move forward together, I just don't have the capacity to do that. And so when we have these opportunities to develop meaningful partnerships and meaningful projects like the Photo Voice one that we're doing with Northeastern, that is where real meaningful work can be done. Two last quick ones. The importance of community connection. Our organization is a community-based organization, and that is where our strength lies. As soon as we start developing more projects, just becoming a project management organization, we become another energy advocacy nonprofit. And there are loads of those, they do important work, but what we need more is community-connected organizations. And we need investment in those organizations to ensure that organizers can connect with people and connect them to advocacy opportunities. And lastly, I apologize for speaking a little bit too long, is that everything is connected. As I said, I'm an energy democracy community organizer. That means that I spend about half of my time working on energy democracy, and the other half is helping people with all of their other problems. As a community-based organization, that's one of our strengths, but it's also a weakness, in that we are spread extremely thin, trying to put out so many fires, trying to help so many people with their very stressful, to be honest, lives. And we need to figure out and take steps back, like this conference is allowing us to do, to see how our organization connects to other organizations and how our work connects to other types of work, whether that's in public health or air quality or public transportation or waterfront access. And just, I don't know, showing up to help people in whatever they might need is a really powerful way to connect them to this other really important work that we're trying to accomplish. So anyways, thank you. Really appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Devin. That was awesome. Arturo,
Do you
the
mind?
floor is yours. Yep.
So the definition that I want to use today for energy is, I have chosen this one, energy as a capacity to do work. And related to that, I come from Puerto Rico, a colonial territory of the US, but before with Spain. And I have to tell you that we have gone through an energy transition before. With Spain, it was human forced labor, the base of the energy for the economical extraction of the colonial territories in America. It was very violent to individuals. With the US, after they took over Puerto Rico from Spain after the US Navy military invasion, we became a fossil fuel-based economy. And this one is not violent individually, but is violent to everyone. And the consequences of climate change actually evidence that this energy-driven economy is very problematic, and that's why we're pushing for a new transition to clean energy sources. Even with the fossil fuel economy, and even though we have old, obsolete power plants, still we have a very public debt, a high public debt for the infrastructure, so it's very costly. And if you think about the fuels that we don't have in Puerto Rico, we don't have oil, we don't have coal, we don't have natural gas, it's very extractive. I mean, the energy for the productive activities of Puerto Rico, we paid $22,000 million in the first decade of our work was to pay for the fuels that are needed to power our island. So it's very extractive, it's very colonial, it's very problematic, environmental health, so and many other problems. So for global problems, we think about local alternative, and you don't see the animation, but it goes to the global. There's a photograph of Casa Pueblo, and Casa Pueblo is a community-based organization. We got organized in 1980 to confront an open street mining proposal. And after learning about the mining and the reality of Puerto Rico, we went around to everyone to have people engage to prevent the mining in this region. And only one person showed up in that engagement. Actually, more people. My parents are on the stage and others. And at that time, we learned that knowledge by itself, it doesn't change anything. We know a lot about climate change. We know about the pollution and things that need to be addressed. But the knowledge is not enough. So at that time, we decided we built an alternative social equation for change, and that social equation for change that we have used ever since is merging science, culture, and community. Everything we do is knowledge, yes, but we embrace our culture that gives us identity, and people can actually relate to build community for transformation. And this is the same main square 15 years after when we were able to defeat the mining proposal and the change in policy was gained. After that point, we evolved from protesting to proposing alternative, and we proposed to forest. We told the government we want to manage that forest, and since 1996, we have been in natural resource conservation. We started opposing mining, and now we're managing state land. And at that point, we realized that the fossil fuel economy was the greatest threat to natural resource conservation. And in 1999, we established our first solar system to run Casa Pueblo, our main facility. But opposing to unsustainable proposals have been part of our reality years after the government declared an energy emergency and a state of crisis, and their proposal was predefined before going to the public. Their solution to the energy crisis of Puerto Rico was to build a natural gas pipeline. So they created a legal framework to gasify Puerto Rico. And we use the same approach, science, culture, and community to confront the natural gas pipeline. And instead of having one person showing up in our first protest, we have 30,000 people showing up in Adjuntas, a town of 18,000 people, to confront this model of the wrong way, the corrupted way. They call it even Via Verde, the green way, to a natural gas, greenwashing. It was very problematic, and because of the colonial relationship, the discussions about the future of Puerto Rico and the energy future, it doesn't take in Puerto Rico, it's actually taking part in federal agencies and in DC, and we went to the White House with the indigenous population from North America that were protesting Keystone XL, and we got arrested for protesting, like sending a message, not to the US, but to the Puerto Rican that defending the land. Perhaps we don't have the military, the political, the economical power, but we needed to, if necessary, to embrace our social power to confront a damaging proposal like the pipeline. The energy crisis of Puerto Rico, it doesn't get solved with a natural gas pipeline. That's not the real solution. And this is a photograph of Puerto Rico in September when Hurricane Maria went through the island. And this is the summary of the Power Authority, a complete blackout. It is not the hurricane. It was the energy infrastructure was so disinvested because it was in public hands, and there was an intention to privatize the electrical system. And there was a blackout that lasted over a year for some communities in rural areas. And then we have the earthquake sequence of 2020, and again, it wasn't the transmission and distribution lines the problem, it was the power plant that got disconnected because of the earthquake sequence and another blackout. And then we have another hurricane, Fiona, a few years ago, a really weak one that went through the southern part of the island. And again, at that time, transmission and distribution was already privatized, and we were told that because it was going to be in private hands, everything was going to be fine. And even though it went through the Southwest, the whole island got another blackout. So the issue is not the public or the private ownership of the infrastructure, is that the centralized fossil fuel-based economy is obsolete, need to be changed, especially in times of climate change. Now everything has been privatized. And now we have Genera Puerto Rico and Luma all in private hands, and you don't need a hurricane. This week, we have a blackout that impacted over 100,000 homes out of 1 million. So on a regular basis, we're confronting energy insecurity in the island. In the case of Casa Pueblo, we have been running with solar power since 1999. We upgraded through the years, but this is what we're promoting: energy democracy, decentralized, generating energy at the point of consumption, and the benefit of that energy as a capacity to do work, to be distributed instead of being extracted, using power as a way for economic activation, climate adaptation, for food security, and to address other needs of the community. After Hurricane Maria, because we had power, by default, not by design, people started to see that we have power, and they were getting in to connect their respiratory equipment, to get support, to recharge their equipment. We became an energy oasis, and at that time we activated the diaspora, and we told them, you know what? We need solar lamps, because we were getting calls. We want solar lamps to help people, especially the elderly, to prevent people falling at night, to prevent the use of candles and fires and power generators. But the real intention behind of why Casa Pueblo pursued this initiative was for people to get engaged directly with solar system, a lamp, to get them educated, to see them the value of producing, of yielding power with the sun to solve one issue: lighting at night. And they had to govern that lamp. And that was a small experience in times of necessity that helped us push forward the solar energy, solar independence for the community. We upgraded, we installed houses that needed medical attention. We did 10 houses with the support of LA for Puerto Rico, Puerto Ricans in the LA. And right now we have done over 200 houses that are running now like Casa Pueblo, especially for medical needs, low income. The energy infrastructure is transferred to the people. We're not expecting anything from them, just to benefit from that infrastructure. The right of energy for everyone. So this is a humble community in downtown Adjuntas. Last year we did all the houses, no matter what. And now they're reducing their emissions by 50%. But in our case, it's improving because they're saving 50% of their electrical bills have been reduced. So they're generating an income, and it's impacting. It's a pathway for a more equitable future. It doesn't solve it, but you're moving into the right direction. And this is, again, reduction in emissions, but also an economical benefit for all of these families in Alto de Cuba. We have done critical infrastructure like the fire station, the emergency unit, grocery stores for food security in rural communities, 7 of them. The transmission tower of Radio Casa Pueblo, we own 1020 AM Radio Casa Pueblo, the first community radio station, completely running the studios and the transmission tower with solar power. Elderly homes, we have done 3 already because we think it's critical infrastructure and they deserve energy security. The elementary school, we have done La Lechonera for food prepared meals. We have done El Chinchorro, which is a traditional places in in town, the barber shop for economic activation. And think about, I want to stop here because this guy, he used to pay to work 2 days out of his monthly work was to pay for the electricity bill. So out of his work, if you think about justice, 2 days of his work wasn't for his own benefit, for his enjoyment. It was to pay for the electricity bill. Now he's producing his own power, and so now he can enjoy he's in a better position to enjoy his productive activity, which is to cut hair for the town. His work doesn't get interrupted when there's a hurricane, the aftermath anymore, or an earthquake, or if something happens, he can still work and earn his living because he is now enjoying energy security. We have a solar cinema, thinking about mental health and entertainment. This is a forest, an urban area that we have rebuilt and transformed into El Bosque Solar, and it reached the New York Times at some point. But this is the art, the sculptures, to educate people about solar power. And we have been advocating. This is La Marcha del Sol, not against the mining or the pipeline. This is for the future that we want, and we have done two Marchas del Sol. And at that time, we announced the construction of 2 microgrids in downtown Adjuntas with Alex Honnold and the Honnold Foundation. And this is the place with the highest energy demand and where most jobs are created. The intention to be disruptive, to go after not the small installations, but going after the most important, the people who pay the highest electricity bills. We are not saying that we're solving the gender inequality issues, but we have 3 women out of 6 installers in transforming those 2 microgrids with 1 megawatt energy storage and 220 kilowatts of solar power. This is Adjuntas from above, a lot of installations. There's a small company. Even the food truck is running on solar power. With Hurricane Fiona, it was like an exam, a test. And Casa Pueblo, again, we have energy security. And I'm not going through the data, but we can show how Casa Pueblo was energy resilient and how for 9 days before power was restored. We have solar lamps already. We were not expecting the diaspora to help us. We have them. We have a plan for solar lamps. The solar cinema was there for kids to go there a few days after the hurricane. And the solar forest was an energy oasis, especially when you have students and people working from abroad. You need energy and communications security, and that Plaza Solar was help. Even this person that we help for dialysis, and we have done multiple houses for energy security because of medical reasons. She wrote on Facebook, gracias a Dios y después a Casa Pueblo, Times Magazine, they took the God credit and gave us all the credit. Thank you, Casa Pueblo. But her daughter was able to sustain her medical attention and care even during the storm. So that's impacting energy, saving life, and others. So Casa Pueblo became a symbol of energy resilience for CBS, for others. And this is the project that we're going to be announcing in a week, the construction of another microgrid, an expansion of Bosque Solar. And the idea is to build up a lab with Oak Ridge National Lab, University of Puerto Rico, University of Tennessee, and UCF on a network of microgrids. When you have one microgrid talking to another and to another, building communication that will optimize microgrid interactions. So convincing DOE haven't been that easy, but moving forward, but for research purposes. None of these projects have been done with a single cent from government funding, not from Puerto Rico, neither from the US. This is done by community efforts. And this is the bottom line. If you think about the colonial relationship of Puerto Rico, we're fighting for energy independence. We don't have coal, we don't have oil, we don't have uranium, so no nuclear. We want to use endogenous clean energy resources to power the island. We have been denied the right of self-determination because the U.S. is good to Puerto Rico, because we're a small island, and because we lack natural resources. We cannot govern ourselves. What we're telling is we want energy independence as a way to decolonize Puerto Rico and put us in a better position to move forward. And if the people choose to be a state, Hawaii, California, and others are fighting for energy independence. If we want to become a republic, we can look at Costa Rica, Uruguay, Germany, and others for this. We had Nancy Pelosi visiting Casa Pueblo in the past. We have engaged in a few conversations with Jennifer Granholm as well. She was in Casa Pueblo a year ago. And the message is the same. Let's, at this transition, do it in a way that we can recognize the colonial relationship and the importance of building a different energy infrastructure. We gave her a one-pager. Didn't work well. We have a good relationship, but the DOE, if they, who's the person who no? Oh yeah, they have to take a look at what is happening in Puerto Rico, because the allocation of money is not for what was the name, community benefit plan. It's for the Houston company. It's for the California company. For 3 companies are Houston-based, California, and Wisconsin. They're getting 90% of the funding, putting them in a privileged situation, and 70 emerging small companies, they're in a very disadvantaged position to compete for solar installations. So they're going to be out of business because the way funding is being managed is negatively impacting these businesses in Puerto Rico. So energy independence, that's what we're fighting for. Thank you.
Amazing. That was so great. I love the common theme throughout each of your presentations is your organization has had to, change the course or change their ways a little bit. And so I'll open it up with an open question for all 3 of you, and then I have individual questions that I would like to ask you. But we'll begin with, can each of you provide an example of how your organization changed their practice or their ways to meet the specific needs of your community?
Well, one of the ways that West Virginia Rivers Coalition has changed our practices and adapted our community engagement is to meet the needs of the community and center the community in our work, instead of thinking, these are our priorities and as an organization, and we want you to engage in them. We ask the communities what their priorities are and what their issues are and how we can support them. We developed a mini grant program to help with the advocacy initiatives of the local communities. So, instead of us going to the communities and saying, this is what we want you to advocate for, we provide funding for those community groups to advocate, and then we work with them to help them build up their advocacy, and then that strengthens the environmental movement as a whole.
I think as the nature of community organizing is that you need to be flexible and ready for anything. And kind of coming into our energy democracy work, we had a bunch of projects that we were trying to run on a Solarize campaign in East Boston, which proved inherently difficult because most homes there are rental properties. And what else did we try to do? We tried to do more community engagement around the microgrid, which a lot of folks were interested in to build more resilience because they come from places like Puerto Rico and Central America, which have experienced such extreme weather. But starting, and we tried to do, I started out just trying to do some educational workshops just on what is energy justice? What does the energy system look like? And those first things were extremely difficult to run. Those were extremely difficult programs to run. Solarize, because of the housing difficulties in East Boston, and then just creating a workshop because who just wants to come to a meeting to just, I mean, some people want to come to meetings to learn stuff, but a lot of people come to me as a community organizer because they have a problem. And I started to notice that one of the greatest entry points to talking to people about the energy system is talking to them about their bills. When we make the energy system tangible to people, which of course it already is because they're struggling to pay their bills, when we make it tangible though by connecting something that they experience on a daily basis with a bigger systemic issues, that is where we start to meet needs, but also connect people to something bigger, bigger than themselves, bigger than our municipality, bigger than our state. Um, and so by talking to people about their bills, like I talk to them about how I can help connect them with resources to lower their costs, getting on discount rates, talking about predatory electric suppliers, and talking about energy consumption. I then start to talk to people about why electricity is so expensive in the Northeast, especially during the winter. And I say, have you seen, how these prices increase during the winter and they decrease a little bit during the summer, but you kind of often end up paying similar amounts. And it's because we're so heavily dependent on natural gas for our electricity generation in New England that prices spike during the winter because, of course, we need that natural gas for heating as well at the moment. But then during the summer, folks are running extremely inefficient window air conditioning units, and many of them very dangerous. And those use a lot of electricity. And so talking to people about these bread and butter daily life issues has been an incredible entry point to, one, meeting people's needs, but then two, working on creating a vision for what energy democracy can look like in our communities. And a big piece of that as well has been this photo voice project that we ran, which we were surprised to learn that when we asked people, what do you see about energy issues in the community, for a lot of them, it's lighting. There's just very poor electrical infrastructure. There's a lot of dark streets, a lot of dark parks, and the cities don't take care of that. The cities and the utilities don't take care of their infrastructure that they own. And so if we're not meeting, and I think this was you, Professor Cool, who kind of put this piece together for me, that it was like, if we're not meeting people's basic needs around general energy infrastructure that they need to make their daily lives function, how can we expect them to start advocating for something bigger? And so starting with these very small things has been a way for us to develop energy programming and then to connect people to larger issues.
I think I gave a lot of examples, but Puerto Rico is a battleground for related to energy, and people have experienced the issues of energy security, insecurity for on a daily basis. That is not it's not difficult to have the conversation going. But I think it's about leading by example. So because we were ready at time of crisis, like after Hurricane Maria, and after we were ready and prepared, and people saw that these alternatives are within our reach, that they're useful, they work, it save life, and I think by leading by the example is how people can rally around and get engaged. The way we approach engagement is reaching out, and we have for people in academia. I'm a professor, but I'm running away from academia as much as possible. And but we have relationships because we have to break our isolation, geographical isolation, and we have to enrich and get new ideas. And we do it with the people at the University of Puerto Rico and people who are thinking and addressing issues like this. But we have been working with faculty from Michigan, University of Michigan, on using biomass, the waste products from coffee plantations for recycling and thinking in hybrid system. We have been working with ND, Notre Dame Energy for years, and we're getting students from Notre Dame on a regular basis. We're working with FIU on the interception of energy security and health in a project for the National Institute of Health, a grant that they got. but they're studying, how energy security is impacting people with and without these energy systems. And the idea is to document and learn from these experiences because we're pushing for changes in policy, public policy. And we think by what is being done in Adjuntas, perhaps we can help others getting new knowledge or policies that might help other communities elsewhere.
Thank you for that. Autumn, rivers hold a special place in my heart as well. I study the Little Bighorn River on my reservation. And so I wanted to dive into a little bit of the water quality work that you do. I was very impressed with the industrial development oversight work that your organization does, especially the citizen scientist aspect. So I was wondering, with you hiring citizen scientists to monitor water quality impacts from industrial development, how has your organization helped citizen scientists gain confidence in their own voice, especially when it comes to influencing and changing the litigation that you aim to do?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think citizens, they know their community and they know their water best. And so training them, empowering them basically to be able to notice when there are changes in their water. Oftentimes in like environmental crises, water contamination issues, the citizens are the first ones to report the problem. And we saw that in the water crisis where the citizens were, noticing the licorice smell. And so training citizens to be able to get to know their backyard streams and monitor them on a weekly or monthly basis, they know their streams, they know the water, they know the watershed. And so then they are the first ones to notice when there is something that is different, something that's changed. And so with the Mountain Valley Pipeline, we train citizens on how to notice when their water resources were being impacted by construction. We trained them in how to notice when the erosion control measures that the company was supposed to have in place, when those were failing. And it really empowered the citizens to be able to say, oh, this stream is muddy, but we haven't had a recent rain, or it's muddier downstream of the construction than it is upstream, and empowering them with that information and then giving them the tools and the resources to be able to know who to report that to. So we helped them to be able to report that to the regulatory agency, and then we had a very good working relationship with the Environmental Enforcement Department at DEP, and the inspectors oftentimes relied on the local community members to know when they needed to go out and do a site investigation to determine if the erosion control measures were failing. So the community members were equipped with the knowledge on how to identify pollution issues and then who to report that to, and they were better stewards of their water.
I think that's so awesome. I am a strong believer of providing the tools and knowledge to people on the ground, especially when that's who is being impacted. I'm a strong believer of for us, by us, so I love that you're including your community in that as well. Arturo, so you have beautifully shown us your journey for working for Casa Pueblo, Adjuntas, in your community. And I know that you exist and function in an entirely different landscape than we do here. But I was wondering if you can provide an example of how we here in the US can implement some of the work that you have done throughout the years into your own community. I come from a reservation, and that we deal with a lot of complex systems too. So to see you doing the work that you're doing, providing solar to homes in your community is just, it's so cool. And I'm thinking of all these ways how John and I can head back home and do the same thing. So I would love for you to provide any advice or an example of how we can implement some of the amazing work that you have done.
I like to share what we do and why and the approaches that we follow, but it's very difficult for me to provide like recipes and recommendations. I try to avoid that. I think, but communities in their path looking for, at the bottom line is we're looking for new means of freedom, and energy freedom is extremely important in colonial settings. And Native Americans in the US are fighting for similar or analog conditions like in Puerto Rico. So we should not underestimate the communities. We started opposing a mining proposal, and there we are, managing forests, and at some point we're managing energy infrastructure. So I don't know how things are going to evolve, but promoting leadership, recognition to maybe not thinking in the perfect solutions, but engaging in small victories, things that can be done within the community and achieve them. That builds self-esteem and cohesion within the group to keep moving forward. So the idea is to feed up these processes. We call it autogestión comunitaria, active participation, leaving politicians, leaving people who are from the outside driving, the decision-making processes at local levels, and keeping them away, and empowering people to think about their problems and again build their own solutions.
Thank you. I'm glad you pointed that out too. I think we have to remember that, there's no one recipe that's going to be the solution for all. So thank you for also pointing that out, and for providing some advice. Devin, so we know that it is really critical for our community members to have an understanding of our energy systems, and especially the ones that they exist in. How have you personally seen the energy education that you provide at GreenRoots promote energy independence within your community?
It's tough, and that's the main part of my job is doing community education on the energy system. And like I said before, it's like you can't. I started out, and this was my greatest mistake. Starting out was just like, here's all this information. Everybody want to learn about this and figure out how you can benefit from it. That was not the right approach. Community organizing requires significant relationship building, going to meet people where they're at, and meeting basic needs before you can move on to a bigger conversation about greater systemic issues. And so that's where I've started, engaging on those issues that are impacting people every day. Not to say that that has gotten necessarily any easier. I've had workshops over the years that have been attended by 50 people. I've had workshops that have been attended by 2 people, and so it's really hard to just judge success based on those. Like I would love to say, oh, my 50-person workshop, I did everything right, that was perfect. And I'd love to say, oh, my 2-person workshop, this and this were the reasons why it didn't work out. But honestly, that it's kind of a crapshoot, just knowing whether something that's portrayed as a public workshop, if people are going to come to something like that. And then I think just because of life circumstances, we could say. But I want to say that we can't just have public workshops. You need to have personalized outreach, like I talked about in my original remarks. One of our greatest successes as an organization is a walking group that we have on Tuesdays. It's a Spanish-speaking walking group called Caminatas Verdes. It's Green Walks that meets every Tuesday evening in East Boston and walks around various parks. Just doing that is where we find our most engaged, committed community members who are willing to talk to us about their lives, are willing to engage on other issues aside from just going on a walk every Tuesday evening. And the reason is because we're starting out by meeting a basic need, and that is social connection. Starting out connecting people who have very stressful lives, moving around, trying to just make ends meet, holding a space for them to come together every Tuesday night to just relax, enjoy the parks, enjoy each other's company, and then maybe, if time allows, talk about some issues in the neighborhood. That is a powerful organizing and educational tool, and it's where I've met some of my most engaged and committed community leaders. I think the last part of that question is how to ratchet up community education. And that is not done by someone like me. That one of the legacies that I hope to leave in my organization when I eventually transition out is that someone can take my role who is even more closely connected to the community than I am. I'm a white organizer working in a largely Hispanic organizing environment. And so what I've tried to do, largely through this Photo Voice project that we've been running, and through all of my other work, is to invest in community leadership. And that is so much easier said than done. That involves a lot of time, a lot of education on issues, and trying to figure out where people's interests lie and where their skill set is, and trying to show them that they are powerful people who can connect and share information with other members of the community. It's something that I have not perfected at all. I'd be really curious to hear from others if they have a good recipe for how to do community leadership development. But I think that is the key to moving community education in the next step forward.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We're getting towards the end. We have about 15 minutes left, but I wanted to provide one last opportunity for the three of you to give us your last statement or any last thoughts or anything you would like to leave us with before we go into a Q&A.
Well, I think for West Virginia Rivers Coalition, we value water as a foundation of life and believe that everybody should have access to safe drinking water. And the fact that we have communities in West Virginia that don't have access to safe drinking water because of some of the energy extractive industries that we are hosting in this state just leads us to the dire need for the energy transition. And so in that transition process, we want to make sure that we're not replacing those industries with other industries that could also be damaging to the water and the health of those communities.
I think I was thinking of one last, or in addition, what I want to add to your first question about how our organization has changed our practices over time, ideally to meet community needs. And for that comes back to what community organizing in a clean energy transition looks like. And funding it is extremely difficult. A lot of energy work is, of course, project-based, which is so critically important. But in order for those projects to go well, we can't just ask community-based organizations to turn people out for something, to share their experiences, or to connect to residents who want to help do, be on a community governance board. We can't just ask a community organization to do that. We need to build the capacity of those community organizations. And so funding community organizing, I think, really needs to be a key part of conversations on community engagement in the energy transition. An example of this is I've talked a little bit about our Department of Public Utilities advocacy work. It's been a great opportunity, like I said, to connect community members with people who have recently become more willing to listen to them. And so the department has recently developed this programming called a road show, in which they travel around to different parts of the state and make themselves available to community groups and just regular residents who want to come talk to them. And that is, in and of itself, revolutionary in Massachusetts. But so I brought a group of community residents to downtown Boston, which is not too far from our home base in Chelsea, to talk to the commissioners of the department during their roadshow. We were the only community group there. Everybody else was these typical higher income white environmentalist groups, the people who regularly turn out to this type of stuff and have great things to say, but are not representative of everyone. We were the only community group, and we brought 15 people, took up most of the space in the room, which is atypical, but awesome. But I think that goes to show how hard it is to do community organizing in the energy space. Like I said, I haven't found a single person who does my type of work in the greater Boston region. And that's really hard because it limits our collaboration, or where someone in my position can learn from how other people do things. And the start of my work was largely funded by project-based funding. This Photo Voice project has provided a portion of my time, and other project-based funding coming from the state and other universities and things. But then when that funding dries up, where do community-based organizations who want to fund community organizers go? Where do they turn? It's a big question mark for our organization at the moment as we're wrapping up a bunch of our projects, how we continue to fund energy community organizing. And if others have thoughts on that, I'd love to hear it, because it's a big question mark for us at the moment.
Well, I was able to share with you what we have been doing in Casa Pueblo, but I have to tell you that in Puerto Rico, communities are already engaged. There's a multiplicity of places where communities are organized and dealing directly with issues related to energy insecurity and transition everywhere in Puerto Rico. And all of a sudden, we're getting attention from the U.S., and now it's people from outside getting engaged and trying to promote something that is already happening because people are doing this. And for people in the U.S. who wants to get engaged, I guess, in the case of Puerto Rico, my suggestion will be, I agree with almost everything that had been said here, but everyone who is getting engaged somehow is because they have their own agenda. That's a reality. You're thinking in something. So it's not the agenda of the community. We have our own agenda. And people in Culebra, Maricao, and other communities, they have their own agenda. And the people in West Virginia, they have their own issues that they want to deal with. And if you're coming, the best part is to just be honest and tell them what you think. And if there's a match, you know, the relationship is going to be established. If not, it's going to take more time. But be honest with the communities, because what we have seen is a lot of dishonesty in the way communities are being approached, because they think, especially in academia, that, oh, we are the people with knowledge and we're wise. You're not wise. You have a lot of knowledge. Wisdom is within the communities. The wisdom is at the communities, and you have to be careful when you're approaching people in different places, in Native American territory, in West Virginia, even if they're pro-coal extraction, they have a strong cultural settings that keep them thinking that way. And of course, we have to do cultural changes, and we are going through those cultural changes in Puerto Rico, but have to be driven from the bottom up instead of being pushed from the top down.
That was a great way to end our panel up here. Thank you so much to all three of you. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And we have some time. We have a question.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful to hear the three experiences. And my question is suggestions not to researchers and not to community-based organizations, but to funders. Because you have demonstrated that community engagement is a process, it's not a project, that is a process that transcends projects. But not many funders are willing to pay for the process of creating relationships. So what suggestions would you bring to funders like the Sloan Foundation or other foundations out there, or the DOE that loves projects but not engagement, basically? What suggestions you will bring to those funders?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And you know, in community-based organizations, funding is also almost always the limiting factor. And a lot of the funders coming in, they have the agenda. They want to see certain projects that are their priorities. And what we have to tell funders sometimes is, like, we need to listen to the communities to see what projects they need funded first. And then the other issue that we see is besides project-based funding, we need operating support, general operating funds, to fund the organization as a whole. A lot of funders don't like to fund, the administrative staff. They want to fund the program staff doing the work. But in order for those program staff to be able to do the work, they need that administrative staff to be able to do all of the bookkeeping and keep track of all of the grant reports and everything like that. So general operating funds, and then multi-year grants is really important, because a lot of the funders, they want to just fund 1 year, one project, and it's a process, like you said. And so we need to build up to the projects that we want to do, and we have to have that time to build relationships first. And so having the ability and the flexibility to do multi-year projects is really helpful, so that year one can be focused on relationship building, and you can work up to the specific project that the grant's funding.
I think it's a fantastic question, and I'll just kind of hammer home a couple points that I made before. I think the expectation when working with community groups is that it will be messy and it will be slow. And that is okay. That's part of the process. We need to create the space and the flexibility and the time for meaningful connections with folks, so that they can feel like we are building something together and that we're not just trying to get something out of them. I think it would be great if funders ever want to come on site to be at an event and see what the work really looks like and what goes into it, and to maybe count that as part of a grant report to save some time later. And then lastly, asking community organizations what they need. I think that is a greater starting point, a much healthier starting point than a request for proposals to fit into a project. Because a lot of what we do is trying to fit our work and pigeonhole it into what a funder is looking to do for a project. And while we think that we're pretty good at getting that type of stuff done, we're trying to use it so that we can fund what really matters. Like I said, project-based funding has allowed me to do community organizing. Ideally, we would just fund community organizing, because that is where, hopefully I've made this clear, that's where the real value comes, in connecting people to pressure points and institutions and people in power. I think that's where the real value is.
Well, in our case, my suggestions will be for the communities. We sell coffee. We have been selling our own brand of coffee. You can buy it online, Café Madre Isla, and to generate a basic income for what we do. And that's important, because economical freedom and helping economical freedom for communities to drive their own processes is extremely important. With that, then we can be in a relationship with funders. And lately, it's like that relationship is very good, but it's not a power relationship, because we have our own funding as well. So when funders are approaching Casa Pueblo, it's not expecting to put their logo or take the credit. We see funding as fuel, like you put in your vehicle. Who's driving? The person who's driving and making decisions are the people in the ground. And I think it's important for the funders to see that they have a role to fuel what communities are doing, driving energy transitions everywhere, and be humble about it. And if they see that there's a lot of necessity, but I think funders, in our case, what I have shown is a multiplicity of funders that they have become like kind of anonymous, because I cannot tell all the people that have been helping Casa Pueblo help others. That humble approach and recognizing that the drivers has to be the people, the leadership within the community, that can have a great impact. When you saw one person in that main square, we have a funder that gave us when we were starting, money for a community organizer, and that community organizer went around all the urban areas and rural communities, and only one person showed up. So for that funder, that funder thought that it was a failure in that investment. But actually, that failure had been the greatest lesson for our community to envision a different pathway. So it was a great success, even though in numbers and the outcome at the short term was not what it was intended. So The other thing is, how do you measure success? You have to be careful, especially for funders when they get engaged, because these are processes that have a long-term vision. We are 4.5 decades away from that initial protest, and yet see how things are moving forward.
Great. I think we can, we started a little late, so let's get in one more question here.
Thank you for the great panel, for the insightful discussion. My name is Lucy Chu. I'm a professor in the School of Public Policy at University of Maryland, College Park. I have two questions, one question for Devin and another question for Arturo. So for Devin, you mentioned that energy bill is an important message to encourage people or community to conserve energy and install clean energy technology. So my question is about for people who are renting and for especially for those whose energy bills are covered in their rents, and what would be a more effective message for these people to install clean energy and also to conserve energy? And my question for Arturo is that based on the data you show, it looks like solar itself is already very sufficient to address the resilience needs during like these extreme weather events. I'm wondering about what's the prospect or the role of battery storage to also like combine with solar to address resilience, energy resilience, independent in Puerto Rico or the communities that you have been working with. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think the vast majority of the people that we work with are renters, just because of the insane housing market in Greater Boston, how expensive it is to live. And so that is why we've used energy bills as our entry point to conversations with people, because so many of them are struggling to make ends meet. Energy bills are usually the last bills that people pay after they do food and rent, because you can get a little bit behind on your energy bill and the world won't collapse until that disconnection notice comes in the mail. And then we're trying to dig people out of a situation that is really, really difficult to get out of, because the utilities are ruthless in their pursuit of their money. And so in terms of like working with people to adopt clean technology or like better home appliances or more efficient home heating systems or even just a heat pump, that is hardly on the table for us at the moment, unfortunately, just because renters have so little control over the homes that they live in. We're just now trying a new pilot program because we've run into so many issues in working with renter populations who have such decrepit housing. We're trying to figure out how we can build connections and community among small landlords in Chelsea and East Boston, to start there and figure out what they need to boost the quality of the homes that they have. Because often those small landlords are living in the same building that they're renting out. In New England, and I don't know if these exist in other places, we have what's called triple deckers, which are what look like single family homes, but they are actually 3 separate apartments, one on each level, and often the homeowner, the landlord, will live in one of them. Because of the how lucrative housing is in Greater Boston, often those properties are owned by LLCs, people out of state. But so we're trying to focus on just the ones who live in Chelsea first, to see what we can do to support, what carrots, but also what sticks are necessary to bring those landlords along with us to adopt some technology that will improve the quality of life for their tenants. That is brand new for us. If anybody has experience with that, I would love to hear it, because we're trying to figure out what that means. We're, of course, an organization that is very low income. We have very few small landlords in our network as a result. And so we've often been more of having fights with those people. And so we're trying to see what it might mean to work together with them. We'll see how that goes. In terms of energy bills being included in rent, that is extremely rare in the communities that I work in. And so we haven't really run into that as a potential issue. As we talked about at the very beginning, I'm working on a rate reform campaign across Massachusetts in connecting communities who have been struggling to pay their bills with this greater effort to reform how our electric rates are set up so that people who are stuck with inefficient appliances or who are stuck on gas are not stuck paying for what's going to become super expensive infrastructure. And so that is kind of our bigger conversation at the moment on how we can restructure our current rates in a more equitable income-based way. We haven't found a good answer to that yet, but hopefully that is kind of addressed to the question you asked.
Well, in the case of Puerto Rico, solar power makes sense. We can produce 100% of our total energy demand using solar power that has been pre-established by scientists and researchers from the University of Puerto Rico and has been validated by the DOE PR100 project. We have the potential of using wind. We have other energy sources at reach. Yielding solar power is very straightforward. I don't have a dramatic issue with the technology by itself, but when you can't rely on the electrical grid, it seems like in Puerto Rico you are forced to have energy storage, like for the dialysis, for saving insulin, for medical attention. And that's the part that I have the greatest conflict with everything that is happening with the energy storage, the geopolitical issues, a more extractive and conflicting issue. But I think energy storage in our context right now, we need better energy storage setups in order to take more advantage of solar power. And the reason that we were working with the University of Michigan was thinking in hybrid setups, like using solar power during the day, biomass at night, and reducing the pressure on energy storage. The other thing we're doing in order to reduce the load on storage or the burden on storage is by setting up our installations, and the energy storage is only for critical loads, not for the whole thing. If you have to rely on energy storage, it's because you are in a crisis. And if we're running within a crisis, an energy security crisis, is for the basic needs. Medical equipment, the fridge, lighting, maybe communication, and that's it. And because of that, we can reduce the sizes of the energy storage units where we had to, with some conflict, install in many of these places.
With that, please join me in thanking our panel for this thoughtful discussion. So we are going to take a 10-minute break and then reconvene with our next panel. I invite you to step outside, enjoy a little sunshine, and we will see you back here right around 11:15.
Yes, you can.
See if this works. Oh.
saw it there. All right, so that's just the first 2 slides are missing some pictures for some reason.
Let's see. The only one I want to show is actually, I just want to display them. So maybe none of the slides. This one. That's great. That's all we need. So can we just put that up on the screen now? It's just like an ad for a film that we're going to.
This one? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and load it up here so it's ready for you. So there you go.
I'm good, but now I put down
I'm Matt. Yes, I am. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Nice. No, it's yeah, we've got last night. And I'm from Minnesota, so I could
Testing. Oh, there we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry to pull you out of the sunshine. We are going to go ahead and get started with our next panel. We've got a couple of personnel adjustments up here. So I would like to, in large part, thank Connor Harrison for stepping in as a pinch hitter last-minute moderator, because unfortunately our moderator on the schedule can't make it. And then we will be hearing about the work of our expanded panel here. So with that, I will hand it over to Connor to take away.
Good morning. Came on. So nice to be here. Happy to fill in. Thanks to the Sloan Foundation, to Annie, and for everyone else who was involved in organizing. The first panel was really fantastic. So hopefully we've got a lot to live up to, but hopefully we can do a little bit of that. So I'm a professor at the University of South Carolina. I'm one of the Sloan grantees, along with my colleagues Shelley Welton, Elena Lauder, Annie Eisenberg, as well as a couple of people who aren't here. We are working on a research project, community-engaged research project. I'm in South Carolina and Tennessee, and we're also joined by one of our community collaborators, Xavier Boatwright, who I will probably reference occasionally as being sort of our lifesaver and kind of greatest asset in terms of community partners, and it really has made the project work for us. So I think what I'll start out with is some introductions, and then I'm going to let them take it away. I've got a couple of thoughts, but maybe I'll hold them to see how things progress with the panel. So to start out, to my left is Monica Ehrman. She's a professor of law at SMU Dedman School of Law and a professor of engineering. In the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at SMU Lyle School of Engineering. She directs the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Studies at the law school and teaches and researches in the areas of natural resources, energy, mining, property, outer space resources, and environmental law and policy. Her team's Alfred P. Sloan Foundation grant supports the study of the impact of the clean energy transition on petroleum-producing Native American communities. She's a petroleum engineer who practiced in the upstream, midstream, and pipeline sectors, in addition to an energy attorney who was in private practice and in-house prior to academia. Next is Graham Stanke, who's in the Exploration and Regulatory Manager for the Southern Ute Department of Energy, where he is focused on fulfilling the mission of the Southern Ute Department of Energy to ensure that the members of the Southern Ute Indian tribe receive maximum benefit from the energy and mineral resources located on their reservation, while at the same time maximizing the impact of extraction of the resources on the natural and cultural environment. The tribe is a community research partner on Monica Ehrman's Sloan-funded Just Transitions project, looking at the impact of the clean energy transition on fossil energy-producing Native American communities. Graham is a professional engineer who has worked with the tribes and tribal-owned communities in Alaska and throughout the Mountain West to support infrastructure and energy project development. Moving down the line is Matt Grimley. He's a research fellow for the Chan Lab at the Center for Science, Technology, and Environmental Policy at the University of Minnesota. He currently works on rural energy transitions, largely through research on rural electric cooperatives and how they and their member owners are deploying technology like electric vehicles, rooftop solar, and electric heating. He has published research and reports related to power and energy transitions, tribal virtual power plants, and community-based organizations and community solar. He comes from a background in environmental advocacy, journalism, and education. Next, we have Julia Haggerty, who's an associate professor of geography in the Department of Earth Sciences at Montana State University, where she is also currently acting project management for the Region 8 Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Center funded by US EPA and the Department of Energy. Haggerty's Resources and Communities Research Lab focuses on understanding the ways rural communities respond to shifting economic and policy trajectories, especially as they involve natural resources. Okay, I made it through that. So let's welcome them, and then we'll have Monica take it away. Is that the plan? Or Julia? Yes, and yeah, can we? Oh, and Julia's colleagues who are going to introduce themselves. Okay.
Now it's on. Okay, I don't know what we can do to democratize this space, but it's very, it's a little sterile and kind of dry. So we are all here as a conversation, and I think we'd like to treat this like a conversation. So whatever we need to do that, that would be great. And it's an honor to be up here. Thanks so much. I just want to call out Annie and her team for just doing an amazing job putting this workshop together, and Devin and his team for supporting this conversation. So it really feels good to be here. I feel like I'm among my people. I've kind of stopped going to academic conferences because it just can be so frustrating, but it's nice to have this kind of conversation. Before I forget, I just want to bring your attention to the slide up above. We're really excited and again grateful to Annie and to Evan's team for supporting a public showing of a film that takes place on the Crowe Reservation in Montana. It's not about coal, but it is about self-determination and community resilience, and its narrator, the world famous JoRee LaFrance. So we're going to show that in the hotel tonight after dinner. It's in Salon AB, which I don't know where that is, but I'm sure it's not hard to find. So please come to that. So the prompt for this panel was for us as researchers to think about perspectives and strategies we have for community-engaged research, which is non-extractive and generative of a just transition. So here I'm representing myself as a participant in a project with partners from the Apsaalooke Nation and from Little Bighorn College and a really important community-based organization called Plenty Doors Community Development Corporation, thinking about what energy justice looks like for what I would argue is the most coal-dependent nation within the United States, and that's the Crowe Reservation, where historically, not only individual incomes, but also public revenue come largely from coal. 1 in every $1 of coal revenue has gone out in per capita payments to families. So people's livelihoods are tied up in the coal economy, not only through income they might make at work, but literally through the benefits that they get. And coal is all but gone away now in terms of providing economic resources. So this is a hugely disruptive transition, and one that is part of a long series of energy and resource developments at Crowe, which have really thrived on being hugely divisive within the community. So the politics through which dispossession occurred included colonial politics layered into really determined efforts to fragment groups within the tribe. And so historical legacies of fragmentation and sort of disenfranchisement have led to institutional thinness that make the capacity to deal with the coal transition really fraught. I'm looking at my colleagues to make sure that I'm not saying the wrong thing. So with me are JoRee LaFrance, who you met in the earlier panel, and she'll talk about her role in our project, and a person that I feel lucky to call a friend and a mentor, John Doyle, who's a longtime community leader within Crowe. He's been a county commissioner for 25 years and has really led thinking about how to address environmental injustice around water and also build institutional capacity through things like public water utility, which John can talk more about if he chooses to. Anyways, John is a co-PI on this project. So the first perspective as a researcher I want to share is I think we need to break down the distinction between researcher and community. Our project is really oriented from this idea that Arturo showed us, which is that the wisdom lives in communities. And so we are not necessarily adding expertise, but we are finding ways as researchers to let that wisdom move and empower the community. And we designed our project really with that kind of goal in mind. And then, another position I have as a researcher is just recognizing the privilege I have, not only from my racial and socioeconomic identity, but I'm a tenured professor I'm at a university which celebrates its status as being both an R1 in the Carnegie rankings for research productivity and a top-ranked university for community engagement. And there's only, to my understanding, 2 or 3 institutions nationwide that have both of those Carnegie designations. And another conversation we have to have, in addition to funders, is with our universities and our institutions about how they're going to support us. And I found that celebrating those rankings, that unique shared ranking, is a nice way to have that conversation. So I feel that's been really supportive and adds to my perspective. And also, I spent 8 years working, supporting communities in natural resource decision making outside of academia. So I felt like coming back to academia was a choice. If people don't want to give me tenure based on what I do, like there's other things to do in the world. So I feel a little undoctrinated in that sense, and can be frustrated and not very patient with people who get hung up on whether they're going to get tenure. It just seems kind of crazy to me as an exercise in privilege. Anyways, our project strategy in the context of the coal transition, how do we think about what energy justice looks like? We've really focused on 3 activities, and I'm going to stop talking after I tell you what they are. One, and this comes from over a year of conversations that John, I mentioned the Community Development Corporation, Charlene Johnson is the principal there. The 3 of us really had a long conversation about what this project should look like before we submitted the proposal. And John often would say, like, how are things going to be different after we do this work in our community? And one thing we really agreed on is the importance of building a future generation of Crowe leaders who can really shepherd their community through this transition. And so how do we invest in that cohort of people? We used our Sloan grant to establish a leadership cohort and what we called a leadership academy. And Evan, just put your hands over your ears. It ended up looking kind of nothing like what we wrote in the proposal. But it has succeeded, I think, in surfacing a group of young, emerging leaders who are drinking from the fire hose, learning all the time about all these aspects of energy policy that will shape their future. And that's, to me, the greatest accomplishment of the project. And then we have 2 research products that are really determined by what our community advisors felt was useful. One is a digital narrative history of coal at Crowe. There is no written history about coal development that people interested in their nation's past and future can go to understand what happened. That doesn't mean there's not lots of oral history and lots of local knowledge, but there isn't a publicly available resource. And Carrie Clement, who's our postdoc who did that work, really focused on getting all the archival materials that are necessary to understanding this history, which is hugely complex, legally quite complicated, just putting all those resources in one place that's publicly accessible. And then we have a lot of work on understanding public revenue and how it's going to work, which again is really focused on being useful to community. So with that, I'll turn it over to John to share a little bit more about the project.
Good morning. So my involvement in this discussion has been my eyewitness to 50 years of coal and what it did to our communities and how it divided our nation and the turmoil that came with it, and it still exists to some degree today. And in that process of damage, our leadership is not as knowledgeable and functional as we need at this critical time of change. And as that economy has changed, our communities have changed. And when I was a young guy is when we started coal mining. And the changes is the majority of our population today were born 20 years after coal mining had been functioning on the reservation. Not exactly on the reservation, but reservation land. And as a county commissioner, I was at a county that was extremely dependent on coal tax revenue. That government ran on coal taxes, and it still does to some degree. Even though that coal mining has decreased in Bighorn County, their dependency has not changed. And so they're in a transition period also, but they have done little that I know of to prepare for that impact, even though 30 years ago that awareness was there, that downsizing had already been occurring, and the discussions were held, but that coal income is such a tempting source of governing that it was hard to let go of. They have not let go of it to some degree. They shifted their tax burden to the local property taxpayers. As the coal revenue has declined, our property taxes have increased. Mine, 100% increase. And so what that does to our community also is it weakens us further. Where we go is we can't pay our utility bills. We can't buy groceries. We don't have the simplest basic things. And just like Arturo on the island of Puerto Rico, we are on an island that all of the social pressures that influence and affect us are all around us. And how do we survive in that kind of atmosphere? Very difficult. And our people are struggling right now. And with that awareness of that struggle is where do we go if people have their lights turned off in the middle of, well, they shut them off in the spring. If the spring, as soon as the weather changes, they'll shut the lights off if people can't afford their light bill. And then they struggle to turn them back on for winter. And then you heat your house with space heaters, and our households are large. And so all of the social struggles are there with each household. So really the need for change of leadership and preparing for them harder days ahead when climate change is really affecting us to the degree that we don't know yet. And so that's where JoRee comes into the picture, and a number of other young Apsaalooke leaders. And in that preparation, and how do we start dealing with some of our basic needs, and how do we prepare for them days ahead. So I'm going to turn this over to JoRee, and she's going to talk a little bit about some of the issues that we confronted.
Not that excited to talk. Just kidding. No, I've been working with John ever since I graduated from undergrad. So I'm in the water world. I study surface water quality. So a lot of my work is based in environmental science. And so apart from doing the Apsaalooke Energy Justice Project, we also run the Crowe Environmental Health Steering Committee, where we do the majority of the environmental health research in our community, especially as it relates to our contaminated water resources. And so inherently, you know, I've been connected with John. He's a great mentor for me. And a lot of times I'm reminded about the responsibility that I have as an Apsaalooke woman, not only to my land, but to my family and to my people. And I don't take that lightly. I'm very fortunate. We're very fortunate to be able to still live on our traditional homelands. The Bighorn Mountains is what brought my people there. You'll learn about it in the film. But the Bighorn Mountains, we still live there. Not a lot of tribes get to experience that. They were displaced, they were removed, but Crowe people, Apsaalooke people, we still get to call that place home. So I take that responsibility, you know, with full force, not only in my academic endeavors, but just the community work that I do. And so the Apsaalooke Energy Justice Project really brought me into this world of energy that I didn't realize that impacts every single day of my life, especially my own family who live on the res. And the group of leaders that the advisory committee brought together have just been so amazing to work with. You know, we deal with life challenges too. We deal with historical trauma, deal with our other jobs, but all of us are all invested in this energy transition, or, you know, advancing our community forward to be self-sustaining, to be autonomous, to be a true sovereign nation. That's our goal. That's the vision that we have. And it's going to take these baby steps to get there. And so the leadership cohort has been meeting monthly for the past, well, actually we meet weekly, but with the AEJ and the research projects, we met throughout a year, learning about our history, the taxing, developing this website, learning about the royalties, just trying to have a better understanding of what that history looks like. So as leaders moving forward, because I know all of us who are involved in this cohort are going to be a leader in our community in some type of capacity, whether that's tribal, county, or state. One of our cohort leaders almost ran for a state seat, but he stepped down. So I know that all of us are going to be in that capacity in one way. And so we're gaining this knowledge so we can make better informed decisions moving forward, so we can make better decisions and negotiate and, truly practice our sovereignty in a way that is going to benefit our people and our land. And, I've learned so much. It's brought me to many different spaces, including this one, to be here with you all. And our year project ended, but we chose to stay together. We started out with about 10 cohort members. Now we're down to a solid 5 who have stuck it out. We meet weekly, and right now we're trying to work with Little Bighorn College, who has been a really founding partner with us, but figuring out how we can develop skills and workforce within our community using Little Bighorn College as a vehicle. And then now we've ran into some solar projects with Little Bighorn College that we're trying to figure out, net metering agreements, working with our Bighorn County Co-op, and then now we're having conversations of like other projects. So really trying to bring solar, renewable energy, wind energy, whatever that looks like, into our community, starting those conversations. And I think going back to the advisory committee leadership aspect of this project, the advisory committee is really invested in this group of young leaders. And I think that's important because the gatekeeping, whatever that negativity is, that's very real. But we have a group of elders, knowledge holders who believe in us and are investing in us and, giving their all to us. And then we have us on the other end doing everything we can to ensure that our community is being kept into the loop, and that, how can we meet the needs of our specific families. Every family is even different within our community. And I'm very happy to be a part of this cohort. Just another success story, a part of being this cohort. We received the Just Transition Fund Coal Communities Get Ready Challenge Grant. So we're definitely rolling, thinking. I think we're going to create our own nonprofit, so we can branch off from Plenty Doors Community Development Corporation. And yeah, really excited to continue to do this work. And just recently, both John and I were elected to be a part of the Crowe Public Utilities Board, which is my first official tribal government role. So I'm excited. It's all interconnected, and I'm very grateful for the Apsaalooke Energy Justice Project. And thank you for your time.
Okay, all right, now it's working. Wonderful. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to all the organizers, and thank you especially to Annie. When I finish, I'm going to give you a huge hug for all your work and planning, to Julia, to everyone here at West Virginia University, and especially to the Sloan Foundation, to Evan, Isabella, and Jessica for all your support, and especially for bringing in sort of non-traditional grantees. For those of us in the law space, grant work is something that is becoming more new and more prevalent, and I think becoming more important. And the idea of the interdisciplinary teams has really brought a richness to a lot of this research, and I'm here to say that all things should be interdisciplinary. Okay, our project here, our project that was funded under the Just Transitions grant from the Sloan Foundation focuses on petroleum-producing indigenous communities and the decision-making inputs that they require when thinking about an energy transition, a just transition. And from the very beginning, the co-PIs, these marvelous co-PIs, especially Daniel Ramey at Resources for the Future and Andrew Curley at the University of Arizona, who's an ethnographer, what we had envisioned for the project was something that would be community-led. And so we were interested in understanding what questions were important to the tribes, what questions were important to the community, and then those questions, that sort of qualitative form, that community engagement, would then sort of filter or filtrate into the quantitative modeling and into the law and policy piece. So our quantitative piece, which is run by our phenomenal team at Resources for the Future and University of Michigan, Catherine Hausman, they're looking at these different policy scenarios, if assuming that there is a continuation of oil and gas production, and then simultaneously using NREL data to see is there potential for renewable energy siting. Because there's no point, I think if someone mentioned, there's no point telling someone you can bridge over, there's the future, and you actually don't have a physical location to put the future on. So we're looking at those pieces. The law and policy is Monty Mills at University of Washington, Pilar Thomas at ASU, and we're looking at the sort of the regulatory regimes, the law pieces, either tribal law, federal law, Title 25, and then the state law component. And then our qualitative piece, the sort of thing that is bringing us all together, is Andrew Curley and our phenomenal historian who looks at petro-sovereignty in the long 20th century, Angela Parker at the University of Denver, in speaking and engaging with tribes. And that's a little bit about our project. And before I talk a little bit more, I wanted to introduce someone that we are very privileged to work with, a representative of the Southern Ute Indian tribe, Mr. Graham Stanke, who Connor introduced earlier. Graham, in his role of the technical and regulatory manager at the Southern Ute Department of Energy, has been instrumental in granting us sort of an ability, a window into the tribe in being able to facilitate our sort of interactions with the tribe. So I think I'd like to hand it over to Graham first to maybe give us some background about our phenomenal research partner, the Southern Ute Indian Tribe.
All right, well, thank you, Monica. And thank you to the Sloan Foundation. Fantastic to be here at West Virginia, so thank you, Annie, as well. So like Monica said, I am the Exploration and Regulatory Manager for the Southern Ute Indian Tribes Department of Energy. I want to give some kind of brief remarks on how we think we have a community benefit and a community engagement model that works for tribal membership. In my bio, I had our mission statement within the Department of Energy, and it really guides everything we do. And that's essentially to ensure maximum profitability for tribal membership from their energy resources while we minimize cultural and environmental impacts. And that second piece is really the critical piece. And essentially, the tribe has gone from a passive royalty collector with a lot of poverty in the 1970s to now having a very large equity stake within the energy infrastructure assets that are located on the reservation. And that was not an easy, it was not an easy path to get there. So the reservation was formed based on a treaty that was signed in 1868. The reservation itself encompasses a little over 700,000 acres. However, 30 years after the reservation was established, the US government passed the Homestead Act with the goal to essentially assimilate Native Americans. And so the reservation essentially lost about 50% of their land to Homestead Act. And as Monica's seen when she came to the reservation last week, the majority of that land that was dispossessed from the tribe was fertile prime agricultural lands with access to water, transportation, and things like that. The trust land that remained with the tribe was high mesa, dry, not a lot of water, and not a lot of ability for economic development. And so in the 1970s, the tribe realized that external companies had been coming into the reservation and extracting natural gas and oil, which were the tribe's resources. And at the time, all they were collecting was a passive royalty based on the lease contracts that BIA and BLM had standardized at the time. And so in the 1970s, as a passive royalty collector, the tribal chairman and tribal council at the time actually made a decision to stop leasing of oil and gas on the reservation. Pretty dramatic decision when you recognize that your populace is dependent on those revenues. As John and JoRee mentioned, the Crowe government is funded primarily by core revenues in the past. And the Southern Ute Indian Tribes government was primarily funded by oil and gas revenue. And so after essentially a 10-year pause on leasing, during that period, the tribe formed their own Department of Energy because they said, we know we have energy resources. They're valuable both to our people as well as the outside world, external stakeholders, and we need to take a very active role in regulating and managing those energy resources. And so our mission within the DOE is we really are the manager of the tribe's land. We're not a regulatory agency. I'll talk a little bit about how the tribe has kind of separated that, but we're really an advocate for prudent and responsible development of tribal resources that's in accordance with tribal council's wishes. And so again, this perspective is merely of the Southern Ute Indian tribe. There's 574 recognized tribes that are recognized by the federal government, and every single one of them is going to be different and is going to have a different engagement process. But I do think the commonalities within Indian country, both the reservation system as well as Alaska, begins with sovereignty and it really ends with self-determination. And that's all the tribe is asking, is that we be allowed to develop the resources that are located on the reservation in the manner that they see fit. And so we've continued to pursue the sovereignty angle. Historically, the tribe was fairly insular and focused immediately on their people. And as they've grown in prosperity, we've started to branch out and work with other tribes and try to help them and show them, hey, this was the path that we worked. And it hasn't been perfect, but we think it's a good model for community development and ensuring that those benefits accrue to community members. And so myself working for the Department of Energy, the tribe in their infinite wisdom 25 years ago decided that they were going to put together a financial plan that separated the government functions, and it's what we call the permanent fund, from the business functions of the tribe, which is the growth fund. And essentially what that allowed the tribe to do was set up an endowment in perpetuity to fund the government functions of the tribe and allow the growth fund businesses to essentially move at a little quicker pace so that we could be competitive within the energy space, not only on the reservation, but also nationally as well. And so I think those were all critical pieces in how the tribe has been able to manage their resources. And I think at the end of the day, they were very fortunate that they had a leader with a lot of foresight that knew that sacrifices now in the 70s and 80s could lead to future prosperity for tribal membership. And when we look at energy projects, in addition to our mission statement, we're always thinking generations into the future. And that is how the tribe operates. They do not operate on, we have to have a good fiscal quarter, we have to have a good fiscal year. It's a planning perspective of we want to plan for multiple generations into the future and ensure that they have the opportunities that the current generation of tribal membership has had. And so primarily energy revenues have allowed the tribe to thrive economically. We've got a thriving museum, cultural programs, language. They just installed broadband, and there are actually members on the reservation that have faster internet speeds than people in Denver. So we've seen that we can bring these revenues in and then we can expend them for tribal benefit. However, getting there is a challenge, and I think there are going to be some additional challenges as we move into this energy transition space. The Southern Ute Indian tribe has been a fossil energy tribe just based on the resources that they have on the reservation. And as we move into the energy transition, the other critical piece of that is really minerals. We need minerals to build wind turbines, build solar panels, all these things. And I think the critical mineral piece is where Indian country is also going to have a large role to play. From a resource perspective, Native American Indian reservations have about 20% of the undeveloped resources in the United States. And that's with a land base of only 2%. So you essentially have tribal nations who have not developed their resources due to a variety of factors, whether that's lack of access to capital, lack of a clear path for permitting. But at the end of the day, it's how do we get there and exercise the tribe's wishes to do what the tribe wants to do from an energy perspective. And so the critical mineral piece, I think, is one of the big pieces. And we had a conference last week on the Southern Ute Indian Reservation on Native American mining and energy sovereignty. And the federal government is very quick to tell tribes that, hey, we're here to support you in your energy development. We're here to help you along the way. However, in many cases, there's not adequate capacity within tribes to utilize that information effectively. And there's not adequate funding mechanisms where in many cases, states and the federal government are allocated large portions of money, and the scraps are thrown on the ground, and the tribes are expected to competitively compete against each other for that same grant funding. So I think for us, lessons in community engagement's hard. It requires a lot of time. It requires relationship building. Everything within the tribe is really based on respect. Respect for sovereignty, respect for self-determination. And that's typically what we tell operators when they come in and are potentially looking at doing business with the tribe is, you need to come here and you need to build a relationship. I heard it earlier, when companies come in and they wave some money around, that usually puts the red flag up really quick. And it's, we want that from you, we'll give you this. It is a very transactional relationship. And for the tribe, we've tried to move to a more equity-based model of business. And the tribe was able to do that by essentially purchasing energy assets in the 1980s and slowly working them up to kind of modern standards. Many times we've acquired assets from bankruptcy that were high greenhouse gas emitters, and we've been able to turn those around. So I think that's one of the lessons we've learned. And then the other piece is, how do you get equity into communities? And I'm sharing these perspectives from a Native American tribe who is a landowner and is a resource owner. It gets much more challenging when you're in a community-based organization who does not have that equity stake. So I would encourage anyone who works with tribal governments, push the ability to attain some equity in the infrastructure that outside parties want to come in and put in. And we've been pretty effective at that. And so, I guess the two emerging issues that I want to bring up are in this critical mineral space. I've listened to a lot of talks from both USGS as well as BIA and other folks on critical minerals. The list is always changing, but what doesn't change on the list is the foreign dependency for those critical minerals in many cases. A vast majority of critical minerals are being obtained from India, China, Russia, not necessarily our political partners on the world stage. And so I do think the tribes are going to be a path to this energy security piece, as well as providing economic development. And for us at the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, we would never tell another tribe to develop or not develop a resource, because that moves into that space of, hey, we're infringing on your sovereignty at this point. But what we will do is we will share the information that we've gained, whether it's through working with the federal government, working through the court system and Indian law, working on grant type items to try to support other tribes and try to bring them along. And the last one I want to bring up, and I do think it's going to be a very interesting case, and I think it's going to be played out elsewhere, is the recent decision for Oak Flat, which is a large copper mine proposed in Arizona. It's adjacent to the San Carlos Apache Reservation, and it is their historical worship site. And so it's not on the reservation. And many times when the government comes in and you have a resource as a tribe or a reservation, they want you to develop it. So if they come in and say, hey, here are the benefits to you, and you say yes, they're all for it. If they come in and they tell you, here are the benefits, and you say, well, that's great, but that's not good enough for us, that's when the real sovereignty conversation starts. And that's when we see things where there are land swaps going on and different mining projects that they may have positive and negative impacts to the local community, but what we object to is a lack of local community input into those decisions. And so, again, I would encourage folks to think hard about the energy transition and how we get the materials for the energy transition. And also, how do we engage those communities that have some of these resources? Because many times they're rural, they're economically distressed, and in many cases, they've been in poverty for a number of years. So I don't think there's a panacea. I don't think there's a silver bullet to this. But I think having everybody in the room to discuss community engagement is energizing, and it gives other folks some ideas of, maybe I can take that back to my state, to my local municipality, to the tribe in my area, and maybe we can try to implement that as well. So it's been a fantastic process working with Monica and Sloan so far, and we're looking forward to continue to work with you all and the conclusion of the project. So thank you.
Graham, thank you. That was so helpful. I wanted to just share, share some of our what we've learned, our lessons, some of the things that we hope will be helpful. The first panel was fantastic. The first thing about finding a community, when we thought about petroleum producing tribes, it was easy then to say, okay, well, there are basically 12, and we had focused on petroleum as opposed to fossil, like all fossil energy, so we excluded coal. And so when we identified these sort of 12 tribes, well, that was the easy part, the identification. Actually finding a community that we could work with, that we could reach out to, not blindly through the, hey, we're in the same LinkedIn, I think we're like 2 people apart, or whatever, some rando like conversation. In finding a person that you can develop a relationship with and then a friendship with, I think that was a real challenge. And the first panel, I think, identified the time that it takes to do that, and to form those relationships is something that's really critical to the process, and should be supported. And thankfully, Sloan is one of the sponsors that does that, but supported in the grant making process. The trust building relationship was also something that I think is really critical. When we, as you've heard now from Graham in the description of the work and the time that the Southern Ute has put into in thinking and recrafting, reshaping, and taking control of their energy resources, this sort of true description of sovereignty. In thinking about that, there are a lot of lessons then that can be shared. And I think that the idea that when we work with communities, even though the communities we work with are often marginalized, historically, they're economically disadvantaged, they may also have lessons that should be celebrated and shared and be used as models to uplift other communities. We have a member on our team who reminds us, that the lessons in Indian country are not all sad, that we should be celebrating a lot of the successes. And so the Southern Ute, I think, is an example of part of that sharing. And when you do that with your community, I feel that it institutes or adds to that sort of trust that you see them not just as the sort of sad story that you're going to help, but that they are the people, they are the instrument that is going to help others. The other thing that I think was really important, it just goes to time. These are some of these external challenges on the time, is that the timeline for the trust building relationship, for the identification, for those processes is just misaligned. The first panel described that beautifully with our grant processes, with our academic tenure process, if you're on tenure track, or your annual evaluation process. All of these are kind of in misalignment with each other. And so that, I think, requires more of an education, an internal education, if you can, with your internal, with your deans, with your funders, in describing the work, in describing that, just like in the description of Isaac Asimov of where we are standing, that this may take time. And I think, Arturo, you mentioned it beautifully, that maybe this process was not the one that culminated in the 100% success outcome, but it is something, the stepping stone that allows the next team, the next group of people to come in to be able to advance a project. The other thing, some of these are just practical lessons, you guys. It's really hard to work with people that are far away from you. The geography of getting to a community and the remote access of where our communities lie. There's a wonderful couple of researchers doing food justice in southern Dallas, and their community is 15 minutes away. And so they're able to go, they work there daily, they come back, teach their courses, they administer an exam, come back, and they're able to do this. And it's quite difficult getting out to some of the communities. So in thinking about where our graduate students were for different researchers, is there someone who's local in getting that sort of local, the physical local connection, I think was really, really important. I think the other thing that we've just sort of recognized too is that we're newcomers. We can work with a community even for years on another Sloan-funded project on energy justice. We have a researcher doing work with Brazilian indigenous communities on hydroelectric dam projects. She's from Venezuela. She learned Portuguese. She went and lived with the community for 6 months of a year for several years. And she said she is still not part of the community. She has lived with family. She has done all this work. And in that recognition that certainly if we go out for 2 days, a week, to do interviews, that, is that engagement or is that just an introduction, right? Over a long course, a long period of time, if we think about all our research as generational research, maybe 7 generations out, thinking about these outcomes, I think that's really important. Another lesson too, and I don't want to take up Matt's time, is the idea of sub-communities. That's something that we've really thought hard about. In thinking about the tribe and in recognizing their non-homogeneity, in thinking about, are we working with tribal council? And tribal council and elected leaders may be different than other sort of agency heads or appointed leaders. That might be different than the elders, the members who live on reservation as opposed to those who live off the reservation. So in thinking about who is our engagement with, recognizing that we just can't be everything or speak to everyone as much as we would like, in deciding and thinking about what sub-community, and then that sub-community within the tribe, within the larger community, is certainly not representative. And JoRee, you said that so beautifully earlier on. I think the other thing that we've really liked about, we talk about energy sovereignty, we've talked about sovereignty, thinking about sort of these community research sovereignty. It may be difficult to have community-led projects, but if you have community-directed projects and thinking about what does the community want, what does the community, what can they contribute, how do they want to participate, how do they want to inherit this work, and then continue to lead the work. I think in thinking about that, we've been thinking about that, and that is different. One of the challenges, not with the Southern Ute, with some other tribes we had reached out to, they saw, I think, our work as more an opportunity as a consultant to come in and do work that they were interested in, and that's hard as a researcher because the work would be useful for the community. It would certainly be helpful for them. But in thinking about that, it's not really the role that we wanted to think about, to educate and empower communities to think about just transition. So we've had instances where that has happened, and we've had to think about maybe that partnership is not good for us, but to make introductions or suggestions about others. And then I'll end with just this idea that I think what's so beautiful and what's so inspiring about everyone in this room is that we aren't just observational scientists, where we are passive. Is that when you're in the community research space, you are here to uplift, you are here to change worlds. And I think that that's what is so instrumental to this type of community engaged process.
Got it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really good vibes. I love everything that everybody's been saying so far. So I'm going to talk about some of the research that I do with Professor Gabe Chan over at the University of Minnesota around rural electric cooperatives. For those of you who don't know, quick background on rural electric cooperatives. They're consumer-owned utilities in the United States. This is, of course, different from investor-owned utilities owned by shareholders, and government-run utilities like TVA or your local municipal utility run by, well, depending on who you ask, a city council, a mayor, or some far-off federal board, maybe potentially in the case of TVA. Who knows about them? Rural electric cooperatives are really interesting because they span more than half of the landmass of the United States. They cover more than 90%, I think, of the country's continuously impoverished counties. They are not only acting individually, so they control the distribution lines that go to people's houses, but they also act in these little families run through generation and transmission cooperatives called G&Ts. So they band together collectively and buy power from the G&Ts, and this is institutionalized through a requirements contract, which says that you have to buy all our power from us, save like 5 or 10% or something like that. That power contract is also an institution for a whole bunch of other collective action institutions that enable that family of cooperatives, either individually or collectively, to go out and do all these different types of social-minded projects too. So we're talking economic development. You know, in South Dakota, they're paying more than 50% at times through federal funds to help communities get new firehouses or to build, you know, multifamily housing in communities that don't really have any. They're building institutions for distributed energy resource deployment. So water heaters, EVs. The cooperatives that we work with have one of the largest deployments of controllable DERs in the nation. They have 1 out of every 2 members has some sort of controllable DER in their house, which is well above what other investor-owned utilities and other utilities in the nation do. They also have these different governance functions that work in different collective action scenarios too. So they have boards of directors at the distribution level that are democratically elected from the communities that determine how the distribution co-op is run. And then from the distribution co-op to the G&T, they appoint members to sit on the G&T board. So there's somewhat of a through line going through for democratic control. So they have a promise of energy democracy, and it doesn't always work out that way because there are also sites of hegemony. You know, people who live next to golf courses, you know, heads of local industry, they sit on the boards. CEOs kind of come from the power industry. Things kind of run milquetoast, run away, you know, however you want to think about it. So we're really interested in these rural electric cooperatives in Minnesota because they represent, you know, a platform, an intermediary, a tool for thinking about how rural energy transitions are going to evolve and happen. And how we're trying to do that is through longitudinal, so process-based, place-based, really engaged research that, at least from my end, began probably a decade ago. I started doing this work way back when I was an AmeriCorps volunteer in North Carolina, actually working for Appalachian Voices, who is here today. Woo woo. And found out, I was like, what are rural electric cooperatives and what is net metering? And I had to write a newspaper story about it. And oh my God, yeah, don't write a newspaper story if you want to find out about something. So from that work, I had developed relationships that brought me to an internship then at Institute for Local Self-Reliance. And I wrote a pretty critical report about voting turnout or turnout rates for rural electric cooperative boards that got me into contact with a lot of really interesting people in the rural electric cooperative space where, you know, at some point I was like, well, yeah, I guess grad school is the thing that you do. So I went into grad school, and they happened to have a grant at the time that they were studying how distributed energy resources, water heaters, EVs, rooftop solar, were getting deployed at munis and co-ops in the state. Yeah, randomness. I ended up staying on that grant and bringing a lot of those relationships along, and ended up writing my master's thesis on the load management programs at the electric cooperatives, the ones that have such high deployments. During the beginning of the pandemic, we started doing focus groups and engaged research with our local G&T, Great River Energy, and its 27 member cooperatives to help them understand the opportunity for like virtual power plants and really transitioning to fully electrified like heating and transportation and all this distributed generation on their grids. And from that process and working through all those relationships we had developed, we started this project that we've been calling the Distributed Energy Resource Innovation Initiative that we've done in partnership with the 27 member cooperatives in Minnesota of Great River Energy. And the whole point of this initiative, we've been calling it DARE. Other people call it like JoRee or whatever, so it's fine. But the whole point of the initiative is that we want to be site-based. We want to be with the 27 member co-ops and their member owners and really trying to understand how this transition is going to evolve over the next 3, 5, 10 years, because I don't really have any plans on moving, but we'll see, according to project-based funding and all that stuff. I think, one of the interesting things about doing this kind of research is that you really have to be in a place for a long time to develop these types of relationships and to have those insider views on what it looks like. So I'm kind of like jumping ahead here because I like wrote it out. I was like, okay, I'm going to talk about place, flexibility, and theory when we're thinking about all this research. And I think the first thing I'm thinking about here is like place. And like I grew up in Western Wisconsin. My great uncle was an REA man, so my great aunt tells me. There's just a lot of community connections that I feel and that I have around the region. When I go out and do interviews, it feels like I'm talking to some family members sometimes, just because it's, I don't know, maybe because of the accent a little bit. And because of that, I have to like position myself, not only as a researcher, but also as a community member, trying to think about how to transition Minnesota to cleaner energy sources too. 66% of our carbon comes from power, transportation, building heat. And how are these sites of contradictions in rural America, controlled mostly by older white men who kind of look like most of my uncles? How are they thinking through things like equity? How are they thinking through things like transition? Are they kind of sticking with the status quo, or are they trying to push things and push change too? I think discursive power is a real thing, and people kind of get trapped in certain mindsets after a while. And so part of our bent with doing this research hasn't been so much to do really like basic, here's basic research, like here's a paper, X leads to Y, do the X, and you'll get the Y. I think we're trying to think about this as, well, how can we be here for 3, 5, 10 years and work through the process of like, okay, there's 27 different sites where the transition is going to play out really differently because these value chains of, working down from like manufacturers to distributors to retailers to installers to the end use consumer, and somewhere the cooperative is working in there, those value chains are all different and very locally determined. And how these co-ops are working to transform their local markets and those local value chains will be very locally dependent and determined too. Talking about building relationships with people, individuals, it really does come down to individuals and personalities at the end of the day, and that's hard to generalize. So I think the second thing I wanted to talk about was just like the role of flexibility, and like, oh my God, yeah, somebody brought it up, project-based funding. It's not like a nightmare. It's just kind of like a bad dream. I think like what's really supported us to at least like plan for like longitudinal and process-based work has been more operational support that has come in from richer donors a lot of times too. And actually just some like funds that we can work off of without having like a specific project in mind too. And also the fact that academia does give you like a lot of freedom and power too. So my boss right now, Gabe Chan, he's on a sabbatical and he's actually a part-time employee over at Great River Energy. And he goes there twice a week and is helping them to complete their application for the New Era program through the USDA for $800 million to go to these rural communities. We work with students who are doing training with the rural electric cooperatives to go out into these policy fields, often like energy or member services. And we work with 2 of our former students who work at Great River Energy right now too. and working on things like, okay, how do we get funding for on-bill financing that will be whatever 0%, won't have a credit score check, that can be accessible to everyone in these rural areas, and really creating that infrastructure on the back end, which takes years to do and has to change the hearts and minds of many a staffer. And that sort of stuff isn't, how do you write that in like a project application? It's really difficult. So I think working through that, and then also coming up with a variety of different roles for the co-ops themselves and community members to play in our different projects as we're going through time and hearing from them. Could be like advisory board, could be like review of just like the academic publication. Everybody's strapped for time, everybody's strapped for resources. So how can we complement that and supplement that along the way with different projects? I think one of the things that we've also tried to do, and like what we're moving towards, just seeing this as like more of a process of transition, is trying to move beyond that sort of, run a regression, get something out of it, style of research, and moving towards things like mobile ethnography. Can we do field notes, ongoing interviews with people? We're working with some students and farmer students on things like collaborative autoethnography too, because transition isn't something that you can plan for. It's something that also just kind of happens, and people are feeling things as it's happening, and those feelings are determining whether you're going for that $50 million from a REST program at the USDA or not, and really trying to engage at the ground level with, the transition comes down to being an HR problem. How do we hire people? How do we train people? How do we retain people to be key decision makers at these key points? And for a lot of rural spaces, I think that we think that a key fulcrum or lever is the rural electric cooperative. The last point I wanted to make real quick was just around the idea of theory. I come to academia, at least from more of a practitioner side, and academia is like a little bit like, it feels like a little bit like Game of Thrones, kind of like antiquated sometimes, and then there's like some other like TV references in there too. But it's kind of weird. You have a lot of power, and you have like a lot of initiative and freedom to get things done and help organize people, but the incentives, the tenure, the getting citations isn't always organized towards it. And so I think like one thing that is really powerful is the idea of theory, that you can do something in one place and it will translate to another place, or from one time it'll translate to another time. And I think with like a lot of the engaged research, a challenge that I have is just like, what is the role of theory in our places? It's hard for me to translate something from Austin, Minnesota, to like Bemidji, I'm just name dropping towns in Minnesota. But how do you translate them from one place to another one? You have individual personality quirks when the circumstances and context of these places aren't exactly fit for what you're talking about. And especially when community members, they're not going for the same sort of like generalization that you're going for in like an academic journal. They're going for okay, what can I get done with the time and resources and people that I have in front of me, or do I need to build up for this? And so I think that's caused us to move beyond traditional like paper writing. It's a lot more one-on-one conversations, it's sort of like mobile ethnography. It's a lot of white papers, PowerPoints, things that don't really get recognized or are as easy to translate into like funding applications or easy outcomes too. Yeah, so I think that's what I got. That's all a blur for me, but thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I want to open it up for questions, but I just want to start with a question of my own. I'll take take the privilege to do that. And I think through our project, one of the things that I've realized is it's through the many mistakes that we've made that we've really learned the most. And I'm curious if you all could share a mistake that you've made, or if it's, if your perspective is a mistake that you've seen academic researchers make, and how that sort of has improved maybe the engagement process through your work. And maybe, Julie, we can start on your end.
I'm just going to make the mistake of saying, like, wow, it's hard to think about which one to pick and where to start. I think I'm going to not talk about it. There's plenty of mistakes I'm sure we're making in our project, but I want to offer like a really compassionate interpretation of a mistake. But I think the first relationship I had doing community engaged research was with another group of tribes up in northeastern Montana, and a fellow researcher at Montana State knew I had relevant experience to a problem they were looking at, and asked if I would come and participate in that research with them. And I thought, well, this ticks a lot of boxes. I'm new faculty here. Like, this aligns with my values. I'm being invited. It sounds really great. And maybe, Monica, this is going to have an echo for you. And I began working up there. And it was this was like, I would say some of the researchers at Montana State who do community-based participatory research with tribes are leaders in the nation. They've been writing the handbooks on how to do this. Like, they were the greatest mentors. There's nothing wrong with the project. What I didn't think about as a young, I wasn't that young, as a new faculty member with small kids, was that driving 8 hours to do the field work on the schedule of this was an NIH-funded grant, was that it was just going to interfere so much in my life that it began to threaten, like, the health of my own health and the health of my family. And so I think just not doing that calculation ahead of time about what the field work, and that's not even work, right? What the relationship building is going to cost is something that I've taken with me, and I wish I spent more time driving out to Crowe Agency. I find it really hard to balance all these things with my other professional life, and I do think many community-based health researchers work in one community for their whole career, and they bring that money in. And I think most of us in the social science around energy transitions are trying to do a lot of different work. We're not really set up in that model, and I find it quite hard to live up to my own expectations for my physical presence with community. And I think I did learn from that past project, and I had to leave that project because I honestly thought I was going to, like, die on the Montana highway. That the driving was so crazy, and I had young kids, and I needed to be with them. So I'm grateful in this relationship that I'm building on a lot of existing social capital, and they cut me a lot of slack, and we put our postdoc in the community a lot. But that's one thing. It's very simple, but just the travel and the field time and doing that calculation and understanding how to fit that into your whole work life scenario is not easy, and it's something that's easy to underestimate, even with the best designed project.
I think one of the many mistakes is about, I think, the initial just reaching out to communities. And, our relationship with the Southern Ute was really lovely because Monty Mills, who's our law professor from Washington, came from the Southern Utes legal department, and they loved Monty. Monty loved the tribe. So we had somebody who worked with the tribe who was able to sort of vouch for the credibility, at least for the team and the project. And that entry point was really helpful. But that was very, it was very, I guess, serendipitous that we had that connection. And I think I regret maybe with our earlier reach outs, we relied a lot on email communication because of the distance. And I think now that it would have cost us money. I mean, we were trying to keep within our travel budgets and had allocated certain amounts for certain periods of engagement. And I think now that to set aside funds for the initial go out, and even if you have no relationship, go and just meet people. Try to get an appointment, walk in the door, even if you can't, walk around. We learned from a particular community members, and each community has its own kind of processes for even just communication. We learned from one, well, you have to go and visit the admin who's outside of council chambers on this Wednesday of the month, and then you come back 2 weeks later, and then you should be able to appear before council. And it's hard to get that information when a lot of these communities are under-resourced, when the research team is under-resourced, and everybody is running out of time. I have like 1,000 emails. My auto office reply is basically, my apologies for getting back to you blank months, days, years, whatever, too late. So it's, I think, to be mindful and respectful that everyone is feeling like that. And there's just so much for even just going and walking and picking up the newspaper of the tribe and reading to see what is happening and looking at the cultural events or even just visiting with a few people. I think now we should have just put that in our funding, allocated some funds to just go and do that initial process.
Yeah, and I'll agree with y'all because I think like where we failed, we've had just like too many projects on our dockets to really give the love and attention that some of these relationships need. And you know that sort of split attention, multitasking trickles down to a lot of other relationships that we have. I think with students, other staff, going back to like family life, things like that. And so it's, yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure to, there's so much, life is interesting, but there's a lot of value to doing one thing or two things and doing them like really well and attentively too. And I think, I was thinking about this. I think like one thing that's not exactly a failure, maybe a kind of a failure right now, a failure in process, is that we've done a lot of work right now with, I think, managers and staff with the electric cooperatives, but I don't think that we have paid enough attention to community members and board members on the co-ops. And it's interesting because I think communities are also, there's no like one community. It's a lot of people, often with opposing or I think as Arturo said, like their own agendas. And so trying to hold and share and like study and not and be like aware of those different agendas and oppositions, I think is something that we have yet to really grapple with and do it really well.
Open it up to the audience for questions, and Annie will come around the microphone.
Thank you so much for all your presentations. Have been awesome. And I have a question for the researchers and a question for the community leadership. The researchers, how is your relationship with the IRB? And the community leadership is if you have community review boards in place to evaluate the research that is coming to you from researchers.
Yeah, the IRB was a challenging process. Our Andrew Curley, our co-PI who's in charge of our engagement and leading that work, did it through University of Arizona. So one thing we learned, because I think he had come from another institution, and we had sort of lessons that different institutions can have different IRB processes. Some can just have more hurdles than others. And so when you're new to an institution or you're transferring to an institution, I think trying to understand, you think it's just a challenge of just transferring the project, but it can be understanding what are the IRB processes of the new institution. The thing that was also difficult for us was on behalf of the institution, we needed some sort of formal consent that there had been permissions obtained from the community with whom we were engaging. And the formality of that consent, then an email, a conversation certainly wasn't enough. So does it need to be some sort of consent? Does it need to be something that's been blessed, in our case, by council or a council? Does it have to be something that's like a formal agreement? That varies too by institution. So in learning about what consent required from the community, yes, what does that consent actually look like? I think it was helpful to sort of see past consents with other communities. We also had IRB with the community with respect to the tribes as sovereigns. And maybe Graham, if you wanted to visit about that. But it was basically, we had this sort of bifurcated IRB process where it wasn't just an IRB with the institution. We also had an IRB with the community. With other communities that we had investigated relationships with, sometimes those IRB processes weren't available. So there was one community where they wanted to have an IRB in place for the nation, but you couldn't find it anywhere on their website. And if you tried to reach out to someone, it was something that they would have liked to have done it, but it wasn't in place. So the process wasn't in place with the community. And it just really, we're not able to go forward with that. It's another one of these, maybe this is a partner with whom we can work with at a later stage or at a later phase.
I guess I can share a little bit on the approval process with when we look at studies. And we do get a lot of folks who come in and say, we're interested in this issue. What do you think? The first thing I would always caution researchers is it's never a quick process. We'll get inquiries. Hey, we want to come down in 2 weeks and do interviews with people. And it's like, yeah, that's not how we work. So a lot of times it's calibrating researchers' perspectives to the timeline for us. And so for us, Monica and Monty came with a proposal. Our first step is we take it to our Growth Fund Management Committee, where it's representatives from our business community, as well as tribal members at large and tribal leadership, and they make the first pass at it. They say, either yes, you can go to council with this, or no, you can't go to council with this. And that's a lot done to protect tribal council's time and just protect the decision-making process. And so once we go to tribal council, we'll generally go to a work session first. So again, more time to sit with council and get them comfortable on the proposal, let them ask any questions. Then we typically follow up with a true tribal council session and a vote, and they will vote to either authorize the project or say, no, we don't want to participate. Generally, if we get to tribal council, they don't turn things down because the process is built on making sure that any researcher, any study who wants to come on the reservation really meets the goals of council. And I will say from a direct democracy perspective, the Southern Ute Tribal Council, and all tribes are different with respect to their tribal councils and their leaderships or their legislative bodies. The Southern Ute Tribal Council, it's 6 members and a chairman. They serve 3-year terms. And if folks are not happy with the direction of the tribe, they will vote them out and they will get new tribal leadership. So having that direct path between tribal membership, tribal citizens, others living in the area, and then the decision makers on tribal council is incredibly empowering to the tribe and really centralizes that decision with them and allows that level of sovereignty where they can go into it with their eyes wide open with appropriate expectations on what's going to be investigated and what are the benefits that are going to accrue to the tribe. Because at the end of the day, we don't want folks just coming in and studying the tribe. We want to see meaningful, tangible benefits that flow from research. So that's just the process that the Southern Ute Indian Tribe has.
I mean, I think for our IRB process, it was relatively normal. I think the idea of like going through something like a mobile, like longitudinal ethnography was like a little bit something we had to handhold through them and had like a lot of language about doing like particular kinds of consent and ongoing consent and pieces like that. I think with the utilities themselves, we do have like ongoing non-disclosure agreements with them that are like centrally negotiated through the University of Minnesota's material transfer something. Anyways, we have that with them, but with the individual cooperatives, we don't have NDAs on the same level unless there's like a specific project that there's like something really specific around.
State University has recently adopted a protocol where if there's a approved IRB with either a tribal, any kind of tribal IRB, which could happen through formal government, or in our case, the IRB lives with the university, the tribal college. Anyways, MSU doesn't require 2 IRBs. They'll just accept the IRB that you negotiated with the tribe, which I think is really great because we used to have to do 2, and it was just dumb. And we really lean on the practices established by the Environmental Health Steering Committee. So I'll let John or JoRee speak to that.
Our tribal college, Little Bighorn College, is designated as our science research center, and that was designated through a tribal resolution. So that allows our tribal college to kind of make the decisions on what research is happening on our reservation. As far as an official IRB process, that's our end goal. We would love to get to that point. We did have an IRB at one point. Not sure what happened with that, so it's not currently functioning right now. But that's one of my goals, though, as a researcher, as someone from my community. I do eventually want to end up teaching at my tribal college, but how, encouraging this IRB process so we can get more of a stronghold on what research is being done within our community. And I guess to follow up with that, I think one of the main aims for our group and Plenty Doors and the Crowe Environmental Health Steering Committee is trying to create our own researchers. So starting on the ground, starting within our community, so that IRB process or that extractivism isn't there, where we're learning the knowledge, doing the science, doing the research for us, by us, saying it again. And I think that's an important aspect of the work that we do because we want to bring our people back to our community to do the work for our community.
Yes, hi. This question is directed to Matt. I'm doing a lot of work right now in Texas around mobilizing rural electric cooperative members. And I appreciate your honesty and I appreciate the theoretical frameworks you brought to the table today. And going to Delvin, I think in the last session, community organizing. This is a pivotal moment where you can do so much community organizing with rural electric co-ops, but there is a gap with academia and the community. So in what ways can academia play a greater role in ensuring that the information is disseminated to the community in a way that is understandable and ways that they can also understand how these rural electric cooperatives can make sure that they take financial actions that will save their cooperative members money, as well as creating even guidelines on how to encourage them to run for their rural electric cooperative board, because that's where I see the radical change with these rural electric cooperative. Yeah.
So like what role can academics play in helping that along?
That is greatly needed, right? The education component and them understand the rural electric cooperative. Even talking, how can we translate that in a way that that rural electric cooperative members understand, what is their function, what is their operation, and what ways can they play a greater role in ensuring that they're saving money for them and it's benefiting them, because that's the energy democracy piece that comes into play. Right?
Totally. I think like things that I've seen, there's a lot of different forums for democracy with rural electric cooperatives. The one that I mentioned was, of course, like annual board meetings where they vote on the board of directors, online or through mail or in person. They also have a lot of different forums throughout the year, or can have them. There's things like member advisory committees that they can use to get opinions from either selected or like random community members that come in. There's listening sessions that you can do on an ongoing basis. I think there's like a big role for like academics to actually do some of that action research themselves too, and to do some of the organizing with rural electric cooperative members. And you can have those like forums and those sort of advisory groups happening on the outside. They don't have to happen through the institution. It depends on your like theory of change in that system too, and like what would be most useful for everybody in the long run too. But I think at least like in the cases I've seen it work both ways, where you can kind of go through the institution, or you can go outside of it. And yeah, you have to be pretty flexible in what you're working with. But yeah, I think there's like a good role there for some good action research.
Okay. Please join me in thanking this fantastic panel for its rich discussion. Most importantly, lunch is served, and we will be back at 2 o'clock for our next panel. So thank you all so much.
Kat, Kate, Jake, Camille, and Kareen. And thank you all. And before our caterer leaves, thank you so much for the homemade biscuits this morning and the gelato and the delicious food. It was wonderful. So this panel, our goal is to talk about how different resources can be effectively utilized to support equitable and sustainable energy transitions. And we're going to talk about strategies, challenges, and innovative approaches that can make significant impact in the field. My name's Kat Garvey. I'm the director of the Land Use Clinic here at the WVU College of Law. We represent local governments and nonprofits across West Virginia. And so earlier when we were talking about having to travel to see clients, I think we are the second highest renter of rental cars in the state of West Virginia for all the community meetings we have, which we take a lot of pride in. But I'm very, very happy to introduce these panelists who is just a dream team of a panel. And so we'll start with Kate Boyle. She's the Deputy Executive Director of a regional nonprofit, Appalachian Voices, and she joined them in 2010 as the DC Director and has just done amazing work on mountaintop removal for coal mining and was 5 years in DC on national and international coal and climate campaigns for Greenpeace and Rainforest Action Network. We also have Jacob Hanna. He is the CEO of Coalfield Development Corporation. Before this year, he was the Chief Conservation Officer. He's a fifth-generation West Virginian, maybe three generations of coal miners in your family. And the Coalfield Development Corporation, when Annie told me about this panel, it was the West Virginia organization that immediately came to mind for just being extremely innovative and effective at utilizing federal and regional resources. So thankful you can share your story. Professor Panu, Camille Panu is a professor at Columbia Law School. She founded a Just Transitions Clinic, which I think is the only Just Transitions clinic in the United States. And so we're so excited to have her here with us today. But I've known Professor Panu since she was working in California on a water justice clinic and at UC Davis, and have just always admired her incredible work. Then on addressing safe and affordable water, and now with her continued work on environmental justice issues with Just Transitions. I cannot wait to see what your Just Transitions clinic does. And then we have Kareen Taylor, who is the Senior Advisor to the Office of Community Engagement, served as Management Program Analyst in DOE's Office of Energy Justice and Equity, and she's been really instrumental in developing the Community Benefit Plan as a requirement in the Inflation Reduction Act, among many other achievements. So this panel just has incredible experience and courage and wisdom, and can't wait to hear from you all. And we'll start with Kate.
Great. Great. Well, thanks, Kat, and thanks, Annie, and everybody here who's organized such a wonderful day. I think the whole morning built off of what I was going to say, and I could talk for a really long time on these subjects, so I'm going to try to be quick and appreciate that the morning panelists really built the foundation for what I was hoping to talk about this afternoon. So as Kat mentioned, my name is Kate Boyle. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at Appalachian Voices. And we are a regional nonprofit that was founded in 1997, bringing people together to protect the land, air, and communities of Central and Southern Appalachia. And we're looking to build an Appalachia with healthy, intact ecosystems and generative local economies, ones where communities are the driver, and they are building that vision in the decision-making seats. And so this is a map of where we work. It's a 5-state region of Central and Southern Appalachia. And so this is a little bit about how we do the work. We look at environmental protection as something that is rooted in social justice and economic opportunity. Our work is at that center of that Venn diagram. And as I just mentioned, it's really rooted in collaborative leadership that's at the community level and grassroots power building. So we view our work as place-based. We like to work deeply in place and partner with organizations that are similarly place-based to have collective impact. And then together we bring technical and policy expertise and communication strategies to drive forward our solutions. And for a lot of our organizations' lifespan, we've really been focused on policy advocacy to drive towards the solutions that we see in our region, and we do that harnessing the local expertise. Actually many people this morning talked about, community are the experts in their own lives, and we very much believe that Appalachians are expert in our own lived experience, and so we are the only ones who know what's best for our place. And so harnessing that local expertise to drive those policy solutions is foundational to what we do. And so these are just some images of how we do that, organizing folks up in DC to do direct advocacy, which we were really involved in advocacy many years in the lead up to what we now celebrate in the passage of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, as well as to engaging in community science, community monitoring, with close partners like West Virginia Rivers and Autumn, who spoke this morning, harnessing citizen science to protect and identify problems within community. And then that bottom image is an air monitoring project that we lead regionally across a multi-state footprint where we're working with local community members to do air monitoring work around silica dust. And then in 2015, we launched an office out of Norton, Virginia, which is the heart of Virginia's traditionally coal-impacted counties, to really begin engaging in new economic opportunity in the heart of Southwest Virginia. And to do that, we saw a lot of opportunity in leveraging federal resources to bring to communities. And after doing a lot of deep listening across the 7-county footprint we work in, 2 primary areas emerged as real community opportunity that aligned with our area of expertise, which were in advancing clean energy and restoring mine lands for new purposes. And so I'll speak to each a bit more in more detail. So one of the major things we've accomplished, and my colleague Jacob might mention this as well, because it's a project we do collaboratively. Everything App Voices does is in coalition. Like I mentioned, we're a small organization, and so we work in partnership across all of our programs. But we engaged in a lot of work in Southwest Virginia to incubate clean energy investments in solar, specifically at the commercial level. This work really took root and built a lot of momentum in its very earliest stages, and we were able to build a winning proposal to the Appalachian Regional Commission under the Obama administration, and an initiative called POWER, which many folks in the room might be aware of, but it was one of the first initiatives that invested in really historic ways in communities traditionally impacted by coal. And so we were able to leverage those funds to launch the Appalachian Solar Finance Fund, which we've now doubled the capitalization of to over $4 million. And it's a regional project. These are the main partners up on the screen, rooted in or centered in the Central Appalachian Network, a very long-standing coalition which we're a proud member of, and seeking to invest in clean energy development across the Appalachian region, and to do it in places where it's kind of hard to make clean energy pencil out. You might have a cash-strapped locality that can't invest in a clean energy project, but if they had that solar project, it would reduce their monthly power bills in ways that have tremendous economic benefit to that local government. And so that's the model we took, first with our work just in Southwest Virginia through a partnership that we built called the Solar Work Group. And then we built that model out regionally with the Appalachian Solar Finance Fund. This is just an example of one of the projects we led in Southwest Virginia, where we worked with the Wise and Lee County schools to install 3.3 megawatts of solar across 11 schools in the districts. But what's really exciting about this story is that we were able to launch a solar apprenticeship program with the local community college, where we had graduates of Wise County High School engaging in the solar apprenticeship program with the local community college and installing solar on the high school they graduated from. And many of those graduates have gone on to work in the energy services field. and some are getting additional certifications in clean energy. We've had a second class of the apprenticeship program, and now we are modeling it in West Virginia and trying to build it out in other places as part of the work we're doing in the Act Now Coalition. So our whole approach has been pilot something, try to make it replicable and scalable so that it can be done in more places, because we are, like I said, a small organization and can only have so much of a reach, and we hope to create blueprints that others can use. And so far, this work has been a great example of how we've been able to do that to date, and these impacts are a couple months out of date, so it's even greater now, but we've invested in projects across 47 different solar projects as a coalition across 5 states, resulting in over 6.5 megawatts of solar deployed across the Central Appalachian region. And so the other primary pillar is that innovative mine land reclamation, where again, we're working in coalition, a coalition called the Reclaiming Appalachia Coalition, which Jacob might also mention, because Coalfield is a core partner and co-leader in. And we all came together to work across our states to think about how can we take lands that have been impacted by mining and get them ready for new purpose, and to build on those lands things that are built out of community vision. And so we've done many reports to look at the opportunities on abandoned mine lands, and then from that planning that go into, so the report, one of the reports is on the screen as an example, to then go out and seek federal funding to go forth and do those projects. So I also put up our approach for innovative mine reclamation because it fits the theme of this conference. Surprisingly, we're taking a community-based approach. We're not just looking at, oh, well, what would generate the most return? It's instead rooted in what are the needs and desires of these communities to go above and beyond on reclamation, not just do the bare minimum that's required, and to do that in a way that really engages the community meaningfully throughout the whole process and keeps that, that benefit locally. So an example of one of the projects where we've been rooted for a multi-year engagement as a community called Date in Southwest Virginia, where we have been able to build out some recreation. Outdoor tourism is very much part of the vision that folks have in Southwest Virginia for their economy. And so we have been working, and we just celebrated the opening of the trails and the campground late last year, which was an exciting accomplishment, part of a multi-year effort and a much larger master plan where we are looking to create and repurpose many mine lands and buildings in the community of Date. So how this work all wraps together for us, and now what we're focused on, rather than 2 pillars, is what does resilience look like in Appalachia? And we're looking through a very holistic definition of resilience. It's not just about land restoration or advancing clean energy. It's how do we look at all the things that make up a resilient community? And we're not defining that. We're going, again, into community and asking those communities, how would you define community resilience? What would you like to see to be a more resilient community? And somebody said earlier, like, they reflected on a conversation where a community said, I've never been asked that question. Like, that is coming up in these sessions. Like, no one has ever asked the question, what does resilience mean? So these are really important conversations to engage at the community level. And so, again, common themes here. What we're doing is working with local communities, nonprofits, community associations, local governments to do that engagement, ask those questions, and then translate that into a master plan that is guided by that community vision. And App Voices is one of the community organizations that can then show up to those community ideas and try to provide some additional capacity to actualize those projects. And so we then look to state and federal funds to create some capital to make those projects go forward, and then ensure that the community voices are framing them. So where we're doing this work is up on the map. It's a five local governments across our Southwest Virginia footprint. And in each of these, we're working with the local governments. We're engaging the local community. Like I said, here's an image of the Dickinson Star from some of our recent community listening sessions. And then we are in the process of building out these master plans. And so here are some of the renderings. This is, again, the community of Dayton, where we have built for a long time now. The community has had a vision to create a workforce center in a STEAM building that has been in the community for 100-something years. And so that's some of the rendering. And then the role we play is just, how can we help? Somebody said earlier, like, every community is different, and that is true. What is true across our region is that every community is under-resourced in some way. Rural places generally are, right? And so they have access to different resources, they have different capacities, and so App Voices just comes in and tries to provide additional support where we can, whether that's meeting facilitation, helping to write grants. We've written a lot of federal grants for just a community association that doesn't have the staff. And then as well as provide connectivity, like we are involved in these powerful coalitions where we're seeing success stories in other places. And so providing that connectivity to a community that might have done something similar where we could model what's happened there, be the fiscal agent, like help get this money out to the community, and also just ideate. These are all things that it's very exciting to be in a moment where so many federal resources are flowing. And yet, the challenge is, how do we meet this moment and create the capacities in local community where those dollars actually get to places that they haven't traditionally flown? Because right now we're already seeing with IRA dollars, because of the pace they have to get out, and there are very good reasons they need to flow out so quickly, communities that were already most ready are the most competitive and able to win those dollars. We are in that fortunate position because we've been doing this work, like I said, since the Obama administration. And so we had some plans that we could pull together and win some IRA dollars, but there are so many communities that don't have the capacity to be ready to do that. And so thinking long term about how can we learn from this huge infusion of money and access, there are so many pockets of federal dollars available that are not IRA dollars, and how can we continue to access them over the long term to ensure we have more equitable outcomes for the communities that have had the least capacity to access those, and will probably continue to have the least capacity right now in this moment and might not all win those resources. So these are some of the many. We have like some 11, my director of finance told me yesterday in our board meeting, we have 11 federal grants right now, which is kind of daunting, but these are a few of the agencies we're working with. And with that, I will, oh, well, one last thing I wanted to say, sorry I was rushing, but you know, we have really appreciated the administration's commitment to seeing these resources flow differently. So I just talked about the challenges, but the government is working hard to see a better outcome with these dollars than we've ever seen in government. And the TA resources and the many ways that these funds have been structured to get to new places is historic and needs to be celebrated. And we're scaling up our work so that we can meet the moment and be in more communities and be talking about these resources, because we do see this as a hopefully not once in a lifetime, but it's certainly the first in my lifetime opportunity to build the capacity of our communities, to have programs that are 3 or 5 years in length that can fund real people doing work in our communities. And so we are just doing a lot of engagement to spread the word, to try to help to ensure that, you know, these funds flow in more places, and that more communities can benefit from the types of projects that we've helped to incubate in our little neck of the woods. So with that, I will turn it over to Jacob.
All righty. I'm going to try my best to shake off that heavy lunch. All right. Howdy. Supposed to say hi back. You're in West Virginia. Come on. What's a sacrifice zone? Well, you're standing in it. Welcome to the Red Blob. This is what the Appalachian Regional Commission defines as a distressed area in Appalachia. And so our work is centered right in the middle of that. So a lot of counties that are facing economic challenges, environmental, social, et cetera. West Virginia is where we're centered at. It's the one state that's entirely within the Appalachian region. It's been the highest coal-producing state since the 1800s to the 1980s. And because of that, it's built up a mono economy that's very much dependent upon coal. So when coal declined, so did everything else with it. And just for reference on what that meant for us as an energy grid, the nation's national reliance on coal as an energy grid is around 19%. West Virginia's energy grid is about 87% reliance on coal. So very much an undiversified portfolio of energy. And because of that, we have a lot of low labor participation rates, very much high overdose rates, deaths of despair, and a high exodus rate. More folks leaving than being born. We're losing our population. This is a bit of what that scar looks like. And so Brady in the back knows what this map means a lot. He works with us closely from West Virginia University. And so this is the map of all the abandoned coal mines that we have at least mapped out currently in West Virginia and Central Appalachia. Approximately about 800,000 acres that need addressed. And these are all the jobs that have been lost in the coal sector. That's just coal directly. But put in your mind mentally a multiplier effect of 3 or 5 to that for all the adjacent jobs that have fallen out because of that. So truck drivers, grocery store owners, sewers, et cetera, all those jobs that were relying on the coal industry. That's where we're stepping in. So we've been around for about 14 years. We're a community-based nonprofit organization, and we focus on helping folks rebuild the Appalachian economy from the ground up. We do that through a myriad of different ways, but a central tenet is if we're in this mess because we had all of our eggs in one basket, let's diversify that basket. How that looks is a bit of a Russian doll structure that you see behind me. Where it all begins is with people. And so these are our 4 core capabilities. We work on workforce development, helping folks remove barriers to entry and employment and help them achieve professionally and academically and personally. And we help those folks get employed in social enterprises. Those are social enterprises that we incubate or that we support directly. We'll either start them from scratch or we'll bring in other entrepreneurs that have ideas that just need some support or space. Those enterprises have to follow a triple bottom line priority: people, planet, and prosperity, not just profit. And then those people and those businesses need a place to live. And if you've grown up in Appalachia, you know there's a lot of dilapidated infrastructure. There's not a lot of commercial real estate that's ready for that. And so we're a licensed general contractor. We revitalize those spaces so that those businesses and those trainings and those people can have a space to exist that's in good condition. And all that leads to the final bullet point of all this is towards a market shaping. So we're trying to see how 1 + 1 can equal 3 or 5 or 10. And so a great example would be we've incubated the largest solar installation company in our region, Solar Holler. It was the only solar installer in our region, and fast forward today, there's about 4 other solar installation companies now. Now there's a market bigger than just one company, and that's success in our opinion. Some outcomes from this model: over 800 jobs have been created through this structure. This number is just on our numbers, but through a partnership, it's much bigger. But directly, we've leveraged about $160 million in new investments to West Virginia and the region, about 72 new businesses supported, a lot of square feet that's been abandoned, revitalized, and 3,000 people trained, about 12 models working with us on this structure and working with on a broader lens through the World Bank. Those are those 4 capabilities that I was talking about earlier, and I'm going to dive deep into one of the core capabilities around people and engagement. This is what our roadmap looks like for that engagement, so very much you read this from the bottom up. This is our delta of change. If we want to reach the top of that pyramid, where we're saying we've created a systems change, we've brought about a new market, then you have to work your way on all those steps leading up to that systems change. So the bottom layer is working side by side with people and communities on tangible, place-based initiatives. That is a community building that you're revitalizing, it's a business that you're incubating, it's a training that you're making happen, something tangible, working with community, doing those in-place opportunities. And then collaborating on what's the next step, what's the bigger picture, working your way through that delta towards that change. And I'll break a little bit down what that means. I'm going to go kind of fast because I have a lot of slides, but I'm a pretty fast talker. This is what that model looks like broken down. So if you're a lot of our folks in workforce development, about 30% of them are coming out of recovery, another 30% are coming out of incarceration, and another 30% are just what we would call coal-impacted or facing general barriers to employment, underemployed, et cetera. So that's the demographic we primarily focus on. That's that 3,000 people that you saw trained. They go through this model. This is the model we've had since day one, so 33 hours a week. You are being paid on the job training day one into the organization. Whether you've got skills in that or not, you're getting paid to be trained in that sector. 6 hours a week, you're pursuing a higher education degree as well of your choosing that we help pay for. And then 3 hours a week, you're getting those barriers removed. We're the least licensed state in all of America. We have a lot of medical debt and injuries from the legacy of the coal industry. And so we're helping folks tackle those financial barriers and be able to say, if I'm offering you a job, but it's all the way up here and you're right here and here's all the barriers, how can I remove those barriers and help get you closer to reaching that job? And so this is a 3-year commitment for someone to be in. It's a long-term commitment to help them get their associate's degree and get paid to learn a trade. That's sort of like the gold standard for our workforce development model. We realize 3 years is a big commitment for someone if you've never been in academia, if you've never had that awareness or exposure. So the RAPS model is our intermediary version of that. So the RAPS is a 6-month stabilization period where you may not have an idea of what academia looks like for you next. So let's just focus on removing the barriers. Let's go deeper on certifications, OSHA 10, OSHA 30, financial literacy, interpersonal communication, et cetera. And just focus on what would be your roadmap if you were to sign up for 3 years in a higher education model. So that's that model for us for stabilization. And then we realize even further than that, let's say you got a big solar job that's coming up and they're looking to hire a lot of folks and you want to make sure it's local labor. And that solar job's starting in 4 months. Then the RAPS model and the 3363 model, those become unintended barriers for folks to enter into that job. And so this is our PATH model, which is 4 weeks. So let's say you are someone who wants to just jump right in and be employed in solar, and maybe you have a few amount of barriers, maybe not none, maybe not all, but a few, and you're ready to be employed, and you want to get into the sector. So this is designed for you to be able to jump into that project that's happening in your town in a couple months. And so we use this a lot for a lot of solar installation projects. We use this also for construction projects that are popping up in towns. These are all the different certifications we offer as well. Again, going back to diversification, we don't just think solar is the one silver bullet. We think it's a great tool in the toolbox, but it's got to be a myriad of options for folks to choose from. And so you can read for yourself the different offerings that we provide. One thing that I'll mention that's not on here is we also do reclamation of abandoned mine lands through agriculture and agrivoltaics. These are the softer skills. So if those were the harder skills, these are the softer skills that you're learning about how to remove those barriers. So you heard me talk a little bit about them earlier. And then we also focus a lot on a term that we use. It's a fancy pinky out term. It's charrette, which is a French term that means basically like when architects would bring out the wagon of the blueprints of a building, they would invite the community to come draw on the blueprints to say what they want to see in it. So that's what we do. In our town halls, we bring together the community, and this is our West Edge building. And we say, this is the blueprint, this is the grant, this is what it'll fund, this is what it won't fund. We understand its limitations, but what are some ideas that you have? What are things that are outside that limitations that we can find other funding for? And just get creative with that process. So we really gather that community input. And so the community for this building, they really said they want to have a place for creative placemaking, for events, for lectures, for community engagement, and that's what this space is. It's also our training hub as well. And it's where we trained this previous cohort. So you heard me mention before that PATH training. This was just an empty field, and by the end of the day had a fully functioning solar array built entirely by that 4-week solar training cohort. So they had gone through that model of introduction, barrier removal, training, and then on-the-job shadowing for installation. And so they built that entirely by themselves, which was really awesome. And then I talked to the gentleman here, Arturo, because we had something in common. We both got a Honnold grant for our work. And so this put a solar array on top of our headquarters there to offset our energy consumption for the trainings. It also offsets the energy consumption for the social enterprise incubation. So if you're a business and you want lower costs to entry and incubation, this now gives you a more competitive advantage to where you're not having to pay as much of an energy cost to incubate in a coal community. The Honnold Foundation also changed their priorities midway through their program. They said they want to focus more on minority-led communities. And so that's not me, but that's something that we said we have a lot of bandwidth for grant writing. We have a lot of social capital. So let's not just say, oh, that's no longer applicable to us and move on. Let's use that social capital to write grants for other folks who that is more geared towards. So this is Darrell Miller. He's a local community leader for the nonprofit Keep Your Faith Corp. He'd never been introduced to the sector of renewables or that funder of Honnold Foundation, so we ghost wrote grants for him to have his own solar array. And so we're continuing that model to where we can continue to empower that capacity building so it's not another lift for other partners and still make sure that we're trying to be a team player for the region. And this is all really snowballing now. We're really good at writing grants. This is maybe or maybe not how I broke my arm. We'll see. We've ghost wrote grants for our state energy office to get a Solar for All grant through EPA, which is really exciting. A large portion will be towards low to middle income homes. And so we're the workforce piece of that. And then we work with DOE. You heard about some of the programs that they had. I've written a lot of federal grants. It was the only one that I'd ever written that required a community benefit plan, which was super exciting. That gave me chills seeing that. And so we led that community benefit process, worked with the developer and the communities to figure out what do we want to see from this grant if we were to get it. And we got the grant, $129 million, to put solar on top of former coal mine sites, which is really cool. In my mind, that is, got to be careful not to get emotional. That's the why. That's the why of all. That's why it makes sense. So 400 jobs will be created in Nicholas County and the surrounding region. And a workforce development center for the community, working with the community college. The community colleges is a central piece to what we do. So we work across 21 counties in West Virginia and Appalachia. So our folks who are in the training program, it's paramount to have that relationship with the local community colleges so folks can get their certificates or their associate's degrees. We also will accept someone getting their certificate in electrical engineering. Maybe it's just like a one-year program. We're also unionized. Our social enterprise solar hauler is unionized to the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and our nonprofit Coalfield is unionized to the Carpenters Union. So the day that you're employed with us, you are a pre-apprentice within the union pipeline. So that's already a barrier that's been huge, that's been removed for a lot of our trainees that wouldn't have had that opportunity before. And you heard it mentioned before, the Act Now Coalition. All this is much bigger than one nonprofit or one organization can tackle by itself, so that's why it's hyper important to have a coalition that's built that is that patchwork quilt of capacity to pull down this funding. This is a once-in-a-generation round of funding. My papaw saw his generation of funding through the New Deal's Civilian Conservation Corps that employed him out of poverty. And then my dad, his son, saw his generation of funding through LBGA's War on Poverty. And now I'm seeing this generation's funding. And the reason why those past two generations didn't stick was because they didn't have a community capacity building piece. It was projects. So someone mentioned, it stuck out to me here, government likes to fund projects, not process. Right? I totally resonate. I would get my first tattoo would be that if I were to get a tattoo. And I think what's cool about what we're doing is we've already baked out a really great process. And so then when we're applying for a grant, it's, oh, well, yeah, you've shown the proof in the pudding. Let's just fund that. And so we're blessed with that. Not every community can say that they've already got a process already outlined that the grant can overlay into. But that's what's making the funding stick at the community level for us to where it's not just a project that flies by night with outside labor and it's done the next day. And so this is 50-plus partners through this coalition. It's going to make a big splash. It's already helped leverage a lot of other funding. We've been able to pull down a Green Bank grant through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund for $500 million for the Appalachian region to make funding projects beyond this funding cycle of grants, which is really exciting. Create a lot of jobs, a lot of leverage funding. It's going to be bucketed in different smaller hyper-local initiatives. I'm just going to rapidly go through a lot of them. Places, people, abandoned mine lands that will be reclaimed, solar, agrivoltaics and battery manufacturing and upcycling and training, brownfields being redeveloped into business hubs for innovation, brownfield hub being brownfield hub. The end, thanks.
Can folks hear me? Okay, awesome. I don't have any pretty slides. I saw Jacob's slides and I was like, I can't even try. There's no point in trying to produce anything half as good as that. So thank you so much for having me. I know you're probably thinking, what is a New York attorney doing in Appalachia talking about just transition? I asked the same question when I was invited. I was like, I'm not sure I'm the right person to be here, but I'll talk a little bit, I think, about what our clinic does, because we do work locally, regionally, statewide, and throughout the country. So if we could be of help to anyone here, please, just give me a ring. I would be happy to try to figure it out. We would be thrilled to get to work with this kind of mind-blowing work that community partners are doing. So forgive me, because I'm still kind of like reeling from like, whoa, this is so cool, and I'll try to like gather my thoughts. So my name's Camille Panu. I direct the Just Transition Clinic, which just got a rename because we were told people didn't know what Just Transition meant. We are the first clinic of our type in the country, although the University of New Mexico is also launching a Just Transition Clinic, so stay tuned. It seems like this is an emergent area. And I started off as an environmental justice attorney in rural California, in the San Joaquin Valley, which is the only region that competes with Appalachia as the poorest region in the country. And when I started, most environmental justice attorneys are trained as litigators. That's kind of where public interest environmental law really focuses. I was working with community groups, and they were going through a community visioning process. This was back when folks were talking about the Green New Deal and green collar jobs. And it was interesting because the organizing department was doing all of these community-based meetings, but the lawyers were like not synced on what the community organizers were doing, and so there were two completely different projects. And I was a baby lawyer, and so my project proposal was, well, it sounds like y'all need a transactional attorney to help make this work. So for the law folks in the room, transactions is like the law of deals. It's getting stuff done. It's working together. Most of us think of it as like an area of business law where people make a ton of money. And the reality is that there's a massive need for this kind of work at the environmental justice level and the community level. There's always been this need. I'm a big believer that you can be critical of the economy and the way it currently functions, but you're not going to be able to get people out of it, and you're not going to be able to kind of alleviate the pain unless you can understand how to help people mobilize resources. So another way to think about transactional law, or at least the way I think about it, is that it's a way for folks to work together outside of the state to kind of mobilize resources and power together, which has always been kind of the credo of rural communities in particular. Like if we think about the barn raising or the cooperative model, like all these things come out of rural America. And we see similar models in urban areas as well when we think about like Black freedom colonies, and we think, which are rural in nature, but we also have Black banking in Tulsa. So there's like a really long history of economic resistance that happens through what we would call business law. So I became the first, and for the longest time, the only environmental justice transactional attorney, so free legal services, worked for a legal services provider, certainly in California, for a long time in the country, which was wild. And what our clinic is doing over at Columbia is trying to kind of provide any kind of environmental support that might be necessary to help grassroots communities achieve their goals. That sounds very broad, but here's like kind of a more concrete version of what we do. So for example, one of our clients is out in Navajo Nation, and they're dealing with hazardous waste hauling that is going through related to the nuclear power plant developments out in the desert. So we're helping to work with them not only on their environmental claims, but also on just helping them form as a nonprofit, get their stuff together, get their all their organizational bylaws and whatnot in order, make sure that they're registered with the Navajo Nation and with Utah, get them in place where they could apply for these grants and money. For the longest time, there wasn't this money. Now there's a lot, and the government's trying to get it out before the election. But there's a huge gap in capacity around what community organizations can do, both in managing large grants and funds, because the federal government, oh Lord, hope them, Karine will tell us about it, but they're not easy to work with when it comes to the amount of money, although they're innovating, so I don't want to get ready for Karine, because she's had some cool things that blew my mind last night. So we help with things like you might need a due diligence review before the government will give you money. You might need to find a low-cost auditor. You might need to be able to partner with other nonprofits so you can jointly manage something together. I was telling Karine, I've been trying for the longest time to get these really tiny little kind of EJ groups that are not nonprofits to form a cooperative nonprofit or a cooperative coalition so that they can have one set of bookkeepers, one set of all of this to manage their stuff instead of everyone having to individually do the grant writing and the grant management. I haven't sold anyone on this. I've been trying for like 15 years. No one likes it. But some of it's about like how do we build the internal capacity. And our clinic's job is not necessarily to tell communities what to do, but it's really trying to train folks in what does it mean to be an environmental justice attorney who helps build power for communities, which usually means that the lawyer is not the protagonist. Like our job is not to be out in front. It's to defer to our clients. It's to ensure that community voices come first. It's to ask ourselves if every time, like, is what we're doing building power for the community that we're serving, or are we, undermining them? Are our clients building a base? So all of our clients are community organizers in their own right. They might not call themselves that. They're not necessarily employed that way, but they're all mobilizing their community around particular projects. Some of our projects are related to sea level rise and adaptation. A good number are related to the utility death spiral, which has been really interesting to see. So I'm kind of meandering, but a while ago, New York banned fracking, for example. It said it's not going to do natural gas extraction anymore, which it doesn't, but it still uses a ton of natural gas. It's its primary part of its mix, and it just outsourced it to Pennsylvania. So it's not like we actually solved a problem. I mean, the rationale and justification was that we were going to try to transition to cleaner energy as part of New York's climate goals, but we really just deepened the problem in other parts of the country. A lot of the work that we're doing is trying to help build those kind of linkages, particularly with our clients who are in urban areas. So for example, we work with a couple of interfaith coalitions in Philadelphia who are trying to do rooftop solar, trying to bring low-income communities onto solar first so that they don't get left behind in the utility death spiral, but also trying to match them up with folks who are in upstate or in rural Pennsylvania or in other areas that are reliant primarily on natural gas jobs, so that we can help break both the demand and supply side so that they can work together to have a more holistic regenerative model that's not just based at a hyper-local level, but that thinks about the energy grid in a more dynamic way. They're really doing a lot of the thought leadership on that, and our job is to just help remove the legal barriers in the way. So we might be lobbying the Pennsylvania legislature next year, because they're making distributed solar really difficult to do. But we have all these faith-based groups that have all this rooftop space. Most places in the country, congregations are shrinking, so they can't use the land or the area for anything else, and they're trying to repurpose it to create low-cost energy for clean energy for the communities of color, for the most part, that they're located in, and the low-income communities that they're located within. So that's some of the work that we're doing. It's not nearly as exciting, or as I don't know, this visionary work really blows my mind. It makes me so excited. But if you have a bunch of legal hurdles that are difficult, or you're working with community groups that are having those kinds of hurdles, please feel free to give us a call. This is kind of where one of the things we've been trying to work on is helping folks get access to those tax credits that are in the Inflation Reduction Act and in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, helping them kind of put together what a deal would look like with a more capitalist investor, I guess, and how do you do that in a way that's respectful of community voices and community process. So those are the kinds of problems we're trying to tackle, and that's the kind of training we're trying to provide to students. We will sue people if they need to be sued, but we find that litigation is usually not the best way to get a project going forward. It's usually a good way to stop stuff from moving forward. But if we have to do regulatory advocacy or legislative advocacy, we'll do that too, just as long as it's coming from the grassroots and it's coming from a community partner who's taking the lead. So yeah, so if you need a technician to help with that kind of stuff, that's the kind of training we're trying to provide with folks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Corrine Taylor. I am the Senior Advisor to the newly found Office of Community Engagement. Special thanks to Kate Gordon and Secretary Jennifer Granholm for their leadership in making sure that our office was something that was prioritized. It's probably it's less than a year old. So we have a lot of work cut out for us. I've been in the room listening to all the great things you've been saying about the Department of Energy and not so great things. And we totally get that not only is the federal government massive, but specifically the Department of Energy is as well. We have too many acronyms. We have too many offices that, and many of them are in silos. And so the vision for our office is to essentially be the front door to anyone who has yet to develop that relationship with the DOE program office or opportunity. So the slides that I'll be sharing are just going to kind of talk about not only the Office of Community Engagement, but how we've tried to become more innovative in how we're supporting communities, acknowledging just a whole host of issues that have historically been connected to receiving federal support. So as mentioned, Kate did a really good job of kind of talking about some things. So I'll reiterate a few things. But we have a really historic opportunity right now with so much money being funneled through the federal government to address our infrastructure needs, addressing the development of chips and semiconductors, of course, the Inflation Reduction Act. And so all of that money is intended for these purposes. And as mentioned, $62 billion of that just from the bipartisan infrastructure law is just allocated to DOE. And then within the Inflation Reduction Act specifically, this is just the most significant legislation that we've seen in our history to address pollution, advance environmental justice, and just improve America's energy security. And with all of those funds being circulated throughout the government, there's also some specific thoughts and implementation that we have around making it more equitable, making justice a part of that. And I think the core of that has been the Justice 40 initiative, which is Executive Order 14008, which was signed within that first week of the Biden administration's, their first week. And that provides that 40% of the overall benefits of certain federal investments that are related to clean energy, energy efficiency, transit, affordable and sustainable housing, clean water infrastructure, et cetera, must flow to disadvantaged communities. And, you know, I want to be clear that when we say benefits, it's not specifically, it's not always dollars. It can look like projects in an area. It can look like jobs in an area. There are, you know, opportunities for students from those communities. So benefits is broad, but we've been trying our best to find ways to count that. And I will say, of all of the federal agencies that are working through the Justice 40 initiative, the Department of Energy has the most programs that are covered under Justice 40. We have over 140 programs that count for our work. And it's really been, I think, an honor for me, especially as someone who is still relatively new to the federal government, to have been a part of that work to implement Justice 40 across the agency, to take an agency that, of course, is focused on research and development and a whole host of things, but, you know, start implementing these concepts across the agency. So even like talking about stakeholder engagement and how different programs can do a better job of doing that. So it's been a pleasure working with Kate on that. There's been mention of community benefit plans. I was also part of that team that developed the metrics for how we would score that part of the application process. I've talked with countless businesses who've never had to really consider that in their federal applications. And, you know, the question of how has come up quite a bit. And then also for communities who have not always been included in the development of some of these larger funding opportunities, the question of how they can also be included in that. So there's a number of programs that we have. One that I would love for you all to be aware of is the READY program, which is our way of providing resources to particularly the Gulf South region to help with, as the hydrogen hub programs are rolled out in that region, to help identify community groups that will be engaging around that. And I'll share additional ones too. On the table, I've left little blue postcards. That includes our office's direct hotline if you have a question. Also, our Get Engaged email, which is monitored quite regularly. So should you have any question about the Department of Energy, how we work, a program, we're trying our best, acknowledging just historically we're mammoth, we're hard to crack. We're trying our best to create that first step in that front door for you all. So please take a card, connect with me afterwards. So as mentioned, let's see, let me make sure this view is good. How do I make it so that it's like full screen? This one? Ta-da! Okay, great, thanks. So the Office of Community Engagement, our director is Rose Dottie, and I serve as senior advisor. As mentioned, but more specifically, our mission is to catalyze a rapid transition to clean energy economy while centering justice, equity, and inclusion, and providing off-the-shelf resources and increasing DOE's engagement with communities to strengthen, and also to strengthen internal coordination. There's so many program offices, many of whom that have just been stood up through the bipartisan infrastructure law. And so we're all doing a lot of things at one time. And so helping external stakeholders figure out how to get into DOE, but then also helping each office figure out what others are doing is something that we're constantly working on. And so that's also a focus of ours. Oh, whoops, I went too fast. No. Okay. There. Okay, we did that. Cool. So for the way that our team is broken up, we have regional community engagement specialists, and we also have someone that's also focused on tribal and rural engagement. And they're constantly either meeting in person or meeting virtually with a number of groups and organizations within their region. I'm currently serving as the Mid-Atlantic engagement specialist because the person who had that role at first was on detail, and so I'm filling that role. But our goal is to meet with and to connect with as many community groups, small businesses, even small municipality governments who have yet to really determine their relationship with the department, to one, share resources, connect them with the appropriate office, and then just kind of hold their hand through the process as far as we can as it relates to connecting them to technical assistance, connecting them to funding opportunities. So if you're in any of these regions and would like to connect with the engagement specialist, feel free to connect with me, and I'll make sure that you are connected to the appropriate person. For the people that are here, again, in this region, I would be the person that you connect with. So funding opportunities at the Department of Energy run the gamut. Of course, there's a traditional funding opportunity. We call them FOAs, F-O-A, not to be confused with FOAs, F-O-I-A. The Department of Transportation, they call their funding opportunities NOFOs. So you would think the federal government would like say the same things in the same way. We don't. So there's that. In addition to, and so a traditional funding opportunity, those applications are massive. They could be upwards of 100, 200 pages with really long technical parts of that as well. As Kate mentioned and I reiterated, we also now include a community benefit plan requirement that's up to 20% of applicant score. And so these funding opportunities, not only do they take a long time to apply for, but the process in which you are then selected and then receive your funds could be upwards of 18 months from the time that we release a notice to when things are selected and dollars are distributed. So it can be very daunting. And for what we've heard quite a bit is that a lot of companies, organizations have had to front load or pay things in advance as they wait for those federal dollars to come in, which can cause a lot of administrative and financial problems for an organization. A new method, and I'll be talking about it in more depth, that we've been using are called prizes, which are just our way of getting smaller amounts of money out of the door at a faster pace. So whereas a traditional FOA might take 18 months of prize from the time that we release it to the time that someone gets the money, might be 6 months total. So like from the moment if you were selected for a prize after you've applied, you might get that money within about 90 days, and it would have less requirements. You wouldn't have to go through SAMS.gov. to apply for it. So we're hearing and we're trying our best to figure out how to do this in a more equitable and inclusive way. For people or businesses that are looking to do small business innovation and research development, we have our SBIR program, which is very competitive. A number of other federal agencies have their own SBIR program too. Ours are done twice a year, and depending on the program office's needs, the topics vary within each cycle. Technical assistance is something that we've done quite a bit, which is like our in-kind support, through providing you access to DOE or NREL or national lab experts to kind of help with application development or help you determine what your energy needs are in your area and how you can create your own energy program for your municipality, for your city, or even for your organization. It just varies by topics and also by the need. And then, of course, for students, since we're at a university, we have a number of opportunities for students that are interested in STEM careers or who, may not be STEM related, but have skills that support the energy sector. So that's still business management. That's still lawyers. People who have a whole host of other skills outside of STEM. And a number of students benefit from our research opportunities that are managed through like our ORISE fellows, and it's another way that we support students. And we also have collegiate support and research support for universities as well. Okay, so as mentioned, like we get it. I've only been in the federal government now 2 years and 8 months, and there's so many terms that I still am learning. There's so many acronyms that I still don't know. And so this is just an example of some general DOE terminology. And this is kind of also how a typical FOA is developed. We have what's called like a request for information stage, where it's literally saying, we're thinking about doing this big program. We want your advice on how we should do it. We'll also then have the funding opportunity itself. This merit review section is really critical. What we want to do when we think about making access to our resources equitable, having a diverse pool of merit reviewers, I think, is critical too. What I've noticed is it's been the same people reviewing the same applications, and so with that, it'll be the same outcome. So if we can get more experts, so more women in the profession, more diverse engineers, more folks who have an equity and justice lens into the review process, we can also then expand the typical or the amounts of groups that can benefit. And it also, being a merit reviewer also provides an opportunity for those who are merit reviewers to learn firsthand, like kind of like pull the veil back to see how an application is submitted, what it looks like, what are some of the requirements. So if any of you would ever be interested in being a merit reviewer, that's also something that I can give you information about too. And even after an awardee is selected, there still is a negotiation process that happens with our contracting office. And that in itself can take months too. There have been so many cases where someone is selected as an awardee, but they have not made it through the negotiation process and they were not given those funds. So it's still not the end all of the process. I want to just take a step back to just show you how we've been trying to be different. This report was put out in January 2022. I had only been a DOE since that previous September. But what we did was we issued an RFI, a request for information, that July of 2021, asking for advice on how we can be more inclusive, how we could support more entrepreneurship, how we could support more communities through the Department of Energy's programming. And what came out of it were 80 responses that we were then able to aggregate and look at. And these 6 areas kind of came up. Just, how do we increase access and awareness to DOE programming, barriers for applying, support for innovation, regional and local barriers, barriers to performing within the DOE funding system, and even open topics. And what we found, what we heard was that we needed to provide more direct access to DOE staff. We needed to improve our web presence. Our website is confusing. It's one, you can go to energy.gov, but then there are going to be multiple program offices with their own website. They all aren't the same. We're in the process of trying to change some of that too. But for me to find things, it's sometimes better just for me to go to Google versus going through the DOE website. So if it's a challenge for us, and I typically have a little bit of a better handle than you, I'm sure that it's even more challenging for community groups, for folks who aren't familiar with our processes at all. So that was one. These are just some snapshots of what we heard back from those applicants. Another area that we heard about, and I've been hearing that in the room too, is that our applications can be complicated, difficult to complete without significant experience. The topic areas and the funding opportunities are sometimes too specific, and some organizations feel the topics don't resonate with their work. And I'm sure that's a challenge for anyone in general. Having been on the nonprofit side myself, typically funders and philanthropists, other organizations that are issuing dollars, they don't necessarily know what it is you want to do, and you kind of have to fit your programs into their goals, and that that can be one frustrating, but it also, because you want to keep your organization running, that might sign you up for work that you don't necessarily want to do. And so that in itself can be challenging. Funds sometimes offered from the federal, from our funding opportunities are too large for some organizations. Like we have some funding opportunities that's $100 million. But of course, to get that $100 million, that's an 18-month process. And then you have to do all of the administrative work to manage it and all of the auditing reports. And for a small nonprofit, that might be 10 people or 2 people or 20 people to manage those kinds of funds. We were told, and I think and for the most part we knew this, but to see it on paper helps. We know that sometimes these bigger awards may not be what you specifically need, and it may not, while that amount of money is important, it may not really do the work that you want. So these are some of the other feedback. For regional and local barriers, we heard that sometimes the organization felt that their location prevented them from applying. Some also said that they were not aware of some of the place-based opportunities that DOE had, and that DOE should provide better support for more regional and local levels for establishing closer relationships and collaboration. So one thing that I really have enjoyed working with in the DOE structure is our American-made challenges. And these are essentially our prizes. Just for a quick show of interest, has anyone heard of our American-made challenges? Okay, that's good. Thanks. And so these are our more attainable funding opportunities. We call them prizes because they don't require 100, 200 pages. These applications might look something like 10 pages. It might look like a video. It might look like a slideshow where community groups are explaining the idea that they have and how they'll do it. And we've been able to get money out of the door way faster within like 90 days. And the amount of these fundings have come down significantly. Like, I'll share a few. Like, these are 4 examples. Like, we had a prize for HBCUs and have them increase programming for their for K through 12 students to get them more interested in STEM careers. We had our Community Power Accelerator program, our Building Up program. My first prize, which was actually a result of that request for information, was the Inclusive Energy and Innovation Prize. And with that, we were able to support 18 communities across the country, and they all received $250,000 to do whatever clean energy, just transition program, whatever that they wanted to do. And it was one of DOE's most applied to prizes or funding opportunities at the time, where we had so many applications. We had to bring in we had to recruit external stakeholders, external merit reviewers to help review all those projects. And after we kind of went through and determined who was applicable, we still had to go through about 200 applications. And we got that down to 18. And this was DOE's first equity and justice-centered prize. And it was just really, for me, having seen it from essentially like the rollout to the end, it was really rewarding to see all of these different groups across the country doing workforce development, doing solar deployment, doing work at universities to teach students about renewable and clean energy. There was even a recipient from Puerto Rico, from Alaska. We had folks all over the country represented, and it really, especially those from the nonprofit, $250,000 to do a project that you want to do is game changing for a number of organizations. And in addition to the $250,000 that they received, they also got wraparound services. So they had access to what we called power connectors, which were technical assistance, where someone who maybe had communication skills could help them develop their website or any of their materials that they needed to create, or someone who helped with strategic planning, like how to make sure that their project lived on beyond that funding opportunity. And the way we were able to do that is because it was administered through the National Renewable Energy Lab, NREL, one of our 17 national labs. And because NREL was administering the funds, those stringent requirements of going through SAMs and all of that was removed completely. And people, like I said, were getting their checks, at all their whole entire $250,000 checks within 90 days of winning. And so they could get on the ground and start their projects and do that work. And also, for many of these organizations, it was the first time that they had received any federal funding, much less money from DOE, so that they could then leverage it for other funding opportunities from DOE or other agencies. And so we've seen kind of that trajectory happen as well. Another prize that just closed was our Solve It prize. And here we have 28 winners all across the country who are getting $80,000 to just prove that they could start the project. So they're starting the project with $80,000 to develop their plan and then, find out who the community groups are that they're going to be working with. And there's 3 phases. So from the 25, well then, after they've done their initial work to kind of prove what their project would look like, then they're going to go into the engage stage. And so those 25 winners will then compete for $150 additional to take their prize all the way through the establishing stage. And what we're addressing is just the fact that capacity support needs to be there beyond just doing work. We know that it takes time to develop who your coalition is going to be. It takes time to develop that plan, and then it takes time to establish your work. So this is just an example of us trying to be more innovative, also based on that RFI of, DOE needs to do better at this, DOE needs to do better at that. This is our attempt to kind of implement that in a more holistic way. I also wanted to share some other funding opportunities and some other creative ways that we're using Bill and IRA dollars. One is the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program, and this is specifically for smaller local government, well, not smaller, but local government entities to apply for, and also tribe states and territories who are eligible. And this is for them to do any kind of clean energy or energy efficient project that they need in their specific area. And in addition to, so the local deadline has been extended to October 31st, Halloween. Hopefully that's not a conflict for anybody. And then the tribal deadline is extended to next year, to May of next year. And for whatever reason, if a local municipality needs help with that, there's also DOE technical assistance to help with that. A number of cities have already received their monies. Like I know Nashville has gotten theirs, Atlanta has gotten theirs. The bigger cities, I think, went ahead and submitted theirs first, but there's still a number of local municipalities that have yet to apply, and that's why they keep extending the deadline, because they don't want these monies to go. And essentially, if you apply, you're gonna get it. And so I think the challenge is just encouraging as many qualified local municipalities and tribes to apply. I know I have spoken to some tribal communities, and they've said that even though they are interested, the amount of work that it would take to apply may not be worth the amount that they would receive. And so the technical assistance might be a way to kind of help remove some of those capacity barriers there. Another funding opportunity we have, DOE and NREL, we're providing in-depth, just looking at like cross-sectional issues. We're trying to help communities figure out how to build their own renewable energy plan, or if they have a specific kind of building or energy security need. And so any team that consists of a community organization, utility company, or local government, they can apply to this program, and the deadline for that is June 2024, but it's just how to create the community, the Clean Energy to Communities program is to just help these coalitions figure out what their energy needs are in that sector and what kinds of technical, expertise they would have access to. So they would get a DOE or NREL specialist who's an engineer or energy expert to kind of help them build out their plan. So this is some TA that we currently have open. We also have this program, the Energy Transition Initiative Partnership Project, and this is selected communities receive support for project scoping. And there's a focus on remote communities and also island communities. The deadline for this is July 10th. And I'll make sure that these slides are shared. But this is just another way for us to help remote and island communities who are trying to seek to transform their energy systems and increase energy resilience. There's another, some TA. This is a technology commercialization fund open voucher call. And it's offering $2.1 million in voucher funds to innovators for opportunities to receive assistance from our national labs. And it will help facilitate commercialization of specific discoveries. We'll award up to 21 teams a voucher up to $100,000 to be redeemed at a national lab for TA and technical support. And the deadline for that is October 3rd. And eligible entities include nonprofits, non-federal governments and states, research and academic institutions as well, and individuals. So it's a wide range of eligible communities there. But not to, I just wanted to share a little bit of what we've done, a little bit of us acknowledging that we are not the best at community engagement. We're trying to get better, but to specifically connect with the Office of Community Engagement. The card on the table is there for you. This is just the card digitally, but this is our phone number, our email address. My email address is my first name. I should have put it in here, but it's just my first name and last name at hq.doe.gov. We host a virtual office hours every 2 weeks where we feature a DOE program, and they go through it, and then from there we also kind of run through all the current funding opportunities. So if anyone's interested in learning more about that, please email me as well. But we hear you, but we also understand that we're trying to meet the moment. And as through bill, through IRA, there's just so much information and so many resources. And so we just hope to at least help cut through a lot of that for communities and through any organization that wants to connect with us. So happy to be here and happy to learn more from everyone. So thank you.
All right, have time for a couple questions. If there's immediate questions from the audience, or here we go. Oh, how did they choose
merit
the
reviewers? Each office varies, but I will say there have been times where I've tried to find people and I haven't had the interest wasn't high, so I was recommending people like you should take this person, and people would get pulled that way because they typically again choose the same pool. But what they do the formal way is they're on the EERE Exchange website. Someone would submit like their resume and what interest level they have. So they ask, what your expertise is, if you're an engineer, if you're someone who works within various energy sectors, or if you have a DEIA skill set, if you have, an energy focus, et cetera. And so, like, when I've been a merit reviewer, I only reviewed the portion that spoke to my my expertise level or section. So I reviewed the energy justice portions of applications or things that spoke to like the community benefit plan. So if that isn't your expertise and there is a part of it that does, you won't get the full technical application per se. You'll be able to see it, but what you'd be scoring would be the part that speaks to your your expertise. So I'm happy to, put you in the pool for upcoming merit review opportunities. And merit reviewers are typically compensated for their time if they're external to the federal government.
Hi, Evans. Sorry, I don't mean to pepper you with questions. And this is a bit of a selfish one, I admit. But I'm curious about what you see as the opportunities between public and philanthropic funding partnerships. That comes up a lot.
It does come up a lot. I think we've scheduled like a few calls with philanthropy to kind of talk, especially around the community benefit plan portion, because it's not realistic for us to assume that while a community or an organization might want to do that engagement with a company, they may not have the capacity support for it. So one thing's for sure, if philanthropy was funding groups to do that community benefit work, I think that would be really helpful. Another thing too is what communities need, because they do want to apply, where if something is applicable, they need that capacity support, like for grant writing. So if there were more ways to like have in-kind support for grant writing, I think there'd be a lot of benefit from that. And really just, kind of helping them grow their capacity to meet that specific need. But, we can definitely talk more about that, especially if we think about with the READY program that's launched, and also just the fact that there are going to be some projects, and some may be not as encompassing as the reality is. There may be projects in areas that communities don't necessarily want, but they definitely need to be in the room to help mitigate. And I think philanthropy can play a great role in helping them get to the table through that support.
Could I add a point? The Act Now coalition that you heard me and Kate talking about was a $62 million EDA federal grant that required a 20% match.
Yeah.
And so that match is the largest, in and of itself is the largest fundraising effort any of our nonprofits have ever had to go through. And so that collective lift would have been impossible without private philanthropy.
And I would add to that, if I can, just briefly. I mean, the technical assistance and the prize money has been game-changing, and that was like part of the feedback the communities gave. Is like technical assistance dollars are so helpful in building a community's readiness to win a big implementation grant. But the other place that private philanthropy has really been a big value add here is in a similar capacity. Getting money to community-based organizations that can do the type of pre-development technical assistance that like App Voices and Coalfield are doing to help communities ideate the project idea. Because the federal government, there are very few opportunities to just be like, here's some money from the public sector to just ideate, whereas the private sector, funding that pre-development work is really critical. And then also, one of the things with the 5 localities that we're working with right now in the climate and community resilience work is a lot of the town managers, like they don't have salaries. Yeah. And so with our implementation applications we're putting together, like they would have money written into it, but that might not be full-time. That's not their full-time job. So being able to think about ways that we can build that community infrastructure and capacity long-term, especially when we're looking at federal grants at 3-5 years, that's a great start. How do we build the sustainability of this in the long term? Like that's where a place that I'm really hopeful we can continue to see a role for private philanthropy stepping in.
So I just want to say thanks to all of the panelists for just illuminating so many of these issues. This particular question is for Jacob and Kate. And it's a little bit, I know the answer because Jacob and I talked somewhat about this yesterday, but I think it would behoove everyone to know the answer to this. But I would be curious to know what maybe research gaps or areas do you all see a need or usefulness for academic research? Because I know we have a host of disciplines in the room. So I would be curious to know what can we do, since we've been talking about getting the information from community. I think it's also helpful to get that information from community organizations, because sometimes we can more easily develop relationship and connectivity at that level than in the actual community. So if you have things either off the top of your head or things that come to you, I think that would be of benefit to many of us.
Your check's in the mail. So I'll shout out Brady again. So someone asked earlier, what can academia do to help the practitioners? I'm not a scientist. I'm not a lawyer. I know pain and I know coal. And so I can help try and tackle those things. And so that's where I have a comparative advantage, and where West Virginia University has a comparative advantage. They have an energy department. We're in the College of Law right now. And so they're working really closely to complement our gaps. And so when we're tackling those 800,000 acres of abandoned mine lands, I don't have to worry about trying to get a master's degree in that. I can lean on Brady and his team to figure out what would it look like to develop a mine land Zillow of every single abandoned mine land and identify its characteristics and how it can be redeveloped. And so that is such a value add to our work, to where we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time we tackle a project. So that's one piece of like the technical side. The other piece is capacity. So, capacity building at the local level. I think there are really great intentions. Recently there was an announcement of the Conservation AmeriCorps Vista program to help build that capacity. I feel I can speak to this as a former AmeriCorps Vista. It's a very limited function, and it's not the capacity that's needed. When we say capacity building, we mean actually investing in the roles that do exist, in the organizations that do exist, overhead costs, operating costs, helping us get through the reports, all of it. And so those are the two big pieces where we could use a lot of help. Is just the R&D space, what it would look like. No one's done solar on top of minelands yet. A lot of people are interested. And so what's going to come with that? So helping work with universities to figure out the R&D of it, and then working as a translator of what we mean when we say capacity building. Those are two big ones for me, but here's your thoughts.
I mean, yeah, I would certainly echo those, and they were top of mind. I think that, a lot of times we have questions that we know we need to tackle from a research standpoint, and often, like, App Voices does the work, and we partner with others and even the state agencies to, like, map out all of the reclamation needs across the country, for example. But then, data that comes from our sources is viewed differently than data that comes out of academic sources. So there's a need for both things, but often, the capacity of academia is so much more significant to do those big research projects. And so I would certainly echo that. I mean, just in being in a room of environmental justice leaders looking at the EPA community change opportunity, there were so many people in the room asking the EPA staff person, they're like, well, do you have legal support to help us with this statutory partnership agreement? Because, like, the legal expertise and capacity within a small organization isn't there. And so, like, being able to work with a clinic to do that type of legal review, drafting up contracts. I mean, I know that for us, like, we have had to scale up a lot to be able to take on federal grants so that we have the compliance and all of the other, check marks that we need to manage these federal grants. And that's just a barrier for a lot of organizations. So having the legal support of a university is another place where I think there's a lot of opportunity. And then just in many, like the solar work group for Southwest Virginia, for example, we launched that in partnership with the University of Virginia Wise. And it's just important to have, like, the institutions of higher education who are incubating new innovation and creativity in young people involved in the work that we're doing as a place-based organization to engage in community visioning. So those kinds of partnerships, where I've heard a lot about, the work that, members of each of the universities are going out into the field and doing, like, from the community benefit or from the community-based organization perspective, like, those partnerships are really, really valuable in thinking together about how we can holistically, build not just ideas and projects for our communities, but then the programs, the training, the workforce, all of these pieces that are going to build that long-term, like, resilient change. So just wanted to, like, elevate that, because I feel in that last panel, people were talking about just, like, the amount of effort you pour into it. And I know that in our partnerships, like, it has been really deeply valued to have that cross-sector engagement.
I have two related comments. One for Evan. Some of the DOE projects where they're actually going to be doing things on the ground in a community are called demo projects, and they have a 50% cost share requirement. So that gets to be hard if you're dealing with startups to meet that dollar-for-dollar requirement. Then the question I have for Kate and Jacob is, as you're communicating, as you're talking with communities and you're learning about what they want, I'm going to flip around your comment about data. I would love to see that. And I don't know how to access that kind of information. And I am a little worried that we may find each other maybe tripping over each other, duplicating the same kinds of information. How have you guys approached that particular side of the data gathering, especially qualitative type stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we, in the most recent listening sessions, we're pulling the feedback from each session and sorting that, and then we'll typically summarize it in the document that we present back to the community. Because like I said, with the community resilience work we're doing now, we're taking all of the feedback and the ideas that it's going to feed into master planning for like a community economic development plan for that community, a 5-year plan, a SET or something. And so we're, doing that ourselves. Sometimes we're partnering, with a facilitation nonprofit. In the case of right now, we're not. We're just getting to work doing it quickly. In the past, when we first launched our work in Norton, we did work with a third party, and we summarized across all 7 listening sessions a summary of all of the findings, and then we promoted that out through our website. We've done webinars on it. We've also partnered with UVA-Wise because they do regional asset mapping. So again, once we have the partnerships, we kind of know like, oh, this is asset mapping you're going to be doing. We can be hopeful about what we can draw off of that. Or the state energy office did some mapping, So I think it's once we have these relationships and we can be in good communication, then maybe we don't trip over each other. But I agree that like the opportunities are right to do that.
I'll just agree with all that and say the number one reason why we've been pushed to gather data is for reports. And so I think we've trained ourselves to think only in that avenue for a long time and not really disseminate publicly. It's not like we don't want to or we're trying to hold on to it. It's just very much like, this is why you capture this so you can report it to this so you can get the next grant kind of a motion. And so we really want to do more of just that broad awareness and outreach. So we're working with Ohio University, developing a social return on investment metric for data, trying to do more. We just hired a data coordinator to help us track more of that. So it's on the horizon. It's just a matter of speed. This stuff is so fast. This is the craziest season I've ever lived in my life. It's exciting, but it's just the moment you sit down and finally codify the data of last quarter, it's already, it's irrelevant because you got to go to the next quarter, and so much has changed by then.
All right, last question.
Oh, great. Thanks. Great presentations. Solar came up a ton, which makes sense. But it has me wondering if you're seeing any communities finding creative ways to replace public revenues using solar, because obviously fossil fuels have been such a big source of public revenues for communities, and solar doesn't obviously have the same characteristic. But I'm curious if that's come up at all.
When you say public revenues, are you talking about like the employment base getting more buying power, or?
Well, I just mean like so historically coal, oil, gas, whether it's severance taxes or royalties or things like that, such a big, just the fiscal situation of communities is supported by them in a way that it's not obvious that solar can provide. But I'm just curious if.
Closest we've gotten to that for one project is when we wrote it into the community benefit agreement that a dividend will go towards the local economic development authority fund to generate more projects for the community to revitalize its downtown. So that's the best example off the top of my mind for that. Our state is hostile towards solar. I mean, I'll just say that. Our governor vetoed a bill that passed the House to expand our utility scale solar. And so there's not a lot of ecosystem currently to help incentivize that economically.
Yeah, I've heard of several successful community benefit agreements even before the DOE requirement for them, and IRA programs where that's happening at utility scale solar, and in other parts of Appalachia beyond where we're working, and we've certainly thought about that as an opportunity. But one of the things that when we think about resilient economies is actually getting away from one county having 70% of its revenue based on a single source. Like that's what's gotten us into this problem.
Yep.
And so we don't want any one of those things to perpetuate that problem. And so being able to build out all the many streams that will create, in fact, resiliency. And something that really spoke to me earlier in the presentations from our tribal leaders in the room is like building that financial independence that's like led by materials made by your local community. Like that resonates a lot with a lot of the like homegrown efforts that many of our organizations have tried to participate in to like build up economy within Appalachia that's Appalachian made and that's fueling those communities rather than like these big, oh yeah, $8 million from the power plant is what fuels your local government. And that's the reality in Wise County. And we face that with that coal plant retiring. And how are we going to replace that? So, they're really important questions to grapple with and certainly ones we think a lot about.
All right, well, thanks to our panel. Okay, so we have a little break right now for the next 30 minutes. We've got some coffee and snacks in the back. And then from 4 to 5:30, we're going to switch things up a little bit, try to wake folks up, maybe get this to be a little bit more participatory. We're going to split y'all up into 2 breakout rooms. And so you'll see on your programs, we've got group 1, Researcher Ideas Exchange in room 153. Group 2 is Ideas Exchange to sort of follow up on this panel, leveraging public resources for just energy transitions. So group 1, if you want to be more research focused, at 4 o'clock, you're going to go to room 153. It's easy to find. It's right off of this main hallway. Group 2, if you want to think more about this topic of leveraging public resources, you're going to go to room 154 across the hall from room 153. We're going to do some activities in there until about 5:30. And then we'll come back in here for some food and drinks to celebrate this long and fruitful day. If anybody has any questions about that, I sent out some tentative assignments for those rooms. You should go to the one that speaks to you, the one that seems most interesting and relevant. Does that sound good? All right, see y'all there.